Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to this, our 9th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, I hope you drag up your paints and a big easel and you come and paint with us. If you've been with us before, welcome back. I'm certainly glad to see you again. So I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And they'll come across in exactly the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with a titanium white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. Let me tell you what's happened already. I have an 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, and we've already covered it with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. The liquid white makes the canvas wet, makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas instead of working ourselves to death on the palette. So let's get started. We'll do a happy little painting. I thought today, tell you what, let's do a beautiful little winter scene that has a lot of warm colors in it. I think you'll really like it. I'm going to take off today with a little bit of yellow ochre. A little yellow ochre, and into that a touch of bright red. And all you need is just a small amount of the red. It's very, very strong. Very strong. Okay, let me clean my knife. We'll use a 2-inch brush. I'm going to go right into this and just tap it. Very gently tap it. Just get a little color on here. Let's go right back up here. Maybe we'll have a happy little sun in this painting. So decide basically where you want the sun to be. And I'm going to have mine right up here. And we'll start off and we'll just make some little crisscross strokes. Just like so. Just sort of blend it out to about like that. Just little crisscross strokes. Like so. There you go. Now maybe add just the smallest amount of red. I want it to be a little bit brighter out here on the edges. We want this to be a very warm little winter scene, happy little scene. Sometimes winter scenes, they could become so cold they're uncomfortable to look at. So we'll put a little warmth in this one. Just like that. Okay, now I'm going to wash the brush. Now we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. And I really recommend you use odorless thinner or you're going to be working by yourself. Shake the brush off. That's the fun part of this technique. All right, I'm going to go right into some phthalo blue. We'll just tap the old 2-inch brush right in there, reach right over here and grab a little bit of the midnight black. So we have black and blue. Just mix them together on the brush. Let's go right back up here. Now start from the outside because I want it to be darker out here than it is up close to where the sun's going to be. And we're still using little crisscross strokes. And just begin working that right up to the color. There. Oh, it's a pretty little sky already. A little more color. Just blue and black. Blue and black. And bring it right on around. So we have sort of a vignette. Now, while we have that color in the brush, I want to have some snow down here. And in the snow, we want some shadows. So while we have this blue and black, I'm just going to come right across here and just lay in a little touch of color. Boy, and already we have a painting ready for the Museum of Modern Art. There we are. We can stop there. Okay. I'm going to get a clean, dry 2-inch brush. I have several of them here, so I don't have to wash them all the time. And right here where these two colors come together, I want to blend this so it's very soft and very gentle. There we go. And be brave. Just get in here and do it. See? Just blend those edges right out. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next one starts. Just like so. And then blend outward. As your brush gets dirty, then go into the darker colors. You don't want to take a dirty brush and go into your light colors, or you'll be an instant mud mixer, and then you'll be mad at me. And painting should make you happy. We stress that over and over. It really should make you happy. It should make you feel good. There. Now, I'll wash this brush. Shake off the excess thinner. And just beat the devil out of it. Okay, we said there was going to be a sun in here. So let's use a finger. We'll finger paint today. I'm just going to tap the old finger right on there. Okay, let's go up here. decide where your sun's going to be, and just very firmly rub that right in there. Okay. And you can do this several times to get any degree of lightness that you want. There. Nice, bright little sun. Now then, if you tried just blending that, chances are it would smear on you. So take your knife and very gently just go zip. Had to make that little noise or it doesn't work. Now you can blend that. The value remains in the canvas. There we go. And we got a happy little sun. I'll tell you what, maybe there's a little cloud that's sort of floating across there. I'll take a little black and a little blue on the fan brush. We'll use the old fan brush. You don't want much color on there, just a little. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe this little cloud, he lives right up here. And he just sort of floats around in the sky, comes right across the sun there. There he comes. There he is. There he is. And this is your little cloud. So wherever you want him, that's where he should be. Wherever. Clouds are one of the freest things in nature. They just sort of float around the sky and have a good time. There we go. Now, with a clean, dry brush, and this is 3 hairs and some air, very lightly, just blend this together. Isn't that fantastic? And that easy. You have a very nice, warm little sky. All right. Now, you know, I lived in Alaska for over a dozen years, and I'm sort of partial to mountains, so I think we'll put a happy little mountain in here. Now, if where you live, maybe you don't have mountains and you don't want a mountain in your painting, you can certainly leave it out. That's no problem at all. Okay, I'm taking some dark sienna and a little bit of the Van Dyke brown and just mixing them together. Okay, now pull it out very flat, and cut across it. So you have that little roll of paint on the knife. It's most important. And this knife has a straight edge, so it's very easy to load. Okay, let's go right up here. Now decide where you want the mountain to be. Maybe we'll have a happy little mountain that lives right there. And our mountains are happy. We have happy little mountains. There we go. And I'm really pushing this color into the canvas. Try to push it right through the fabric. Get tough with it. Take a strong pill. This part of the mountain goes on very firm. And all we're looking for is this nice top edge up here. We could care less what's happening in here. All we're looking for is a nice edge. Okay, there we go. That gives us a basic shape to work with. And we'll just take a 2-inch brush, grab this, and pull it. Just pull it. See, this canvas is wet. Has the liquid white on it, so you can move color. And when you're painting mountains, if you've painted with me before, you've certainly heard me say this over and over. If you can see the entire mountain, the top of the mountain is always more distinct than the bottom of the mountain. So by pulling it down and allowing it to mix with the liquid white, that happens automatically. And I'm a lazy painter. I look for the easy way to do things. Okay, let's have some fun now. Let's go up here and we'll take a little bit of this blue and black. And to that I'm going to add a touch of white. Touch of white. Okay, that'll be our shadow color. And then we'll just use some titanium white here. We'll put a little bit of snow out on the mountain. Cut across and get that small roll of paint on the knife again. Very important. Let's go right up here. All right, let's just have a little light playing right through there. Now this is the most delicate touch imaginable. Pretend you're a whisper floating through here. It's very gentle, very light. Caress the canvas. It's so gentle. I get so many letters from painters all over the country saying, my snow doesn't want to break. And by break, I mean it has all those little holes in it. 99 times out of 100, the problem is that you're applying too much pressure or you're using a paint that's too soft, or a combination of both. The paint we use here is extremely firm and there's no pressure. No pressure at all at this stage. When you're putting the base coat of the mountain on, you're you're really strong, you really push it in. But here, you just let it caress. Now, a little bit of shadow color, just here and there. But notice the angles. This is going in the opposing or opposite angles. And this is one of the simplest type of little mountains to make. It's very easy and it works. It works so well. See here? Now, maybe we want to bring those together. And you can do it. You can do it that easy. That easy. Just make all kinds of happy little things. Little ridges. And if you're a skier, you know, you want to put all those little places in so you can go and ski. Okay, that gives us a happy little mountain. Now we want to create some mist at the bottom of this mountain. So with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I'm going to begin tapping, being very careful to follow the angles that are in that mountain. Very careful. Over here, we'll go in this direction. Then lift upward, still following those angles. That's most important. You can destroy your mountain here by changing the angles, and we don't want to do that. Look at that. That easy. We got a happy little mountain. Okay. Maybe we'll have a little footy hill back here. And for that, I'm going to take some black, a little touch of blue, and some white. So we have black, blue, and white. Maybe a little bit more of the white. I want to lighten that up a little bit. About like that. Good. Okay, let me clean my knife off. And we'll grab the fan brush. We'll do it with a fan brush today. Load it full. Just really load a lot of color in there. It's black, blue, and titanium white. Okay, let's go back up here. Decide where your little foothills live here. And just sort of touch and begin just painting in some happy little shapes. Now you have to sort of make big decisions. This is your world on this piece of canvas. And when you create your own world, you have to make those decisions. Where does these little footy hills live? They got bumps on them. They go up, down. Where are they? Where are they? Painting gives you tremendous amounts of power on this canvas, and you have to use it. Make decisions. Okay, now then, I want to create some mist at the bottom of these. So with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, tap. Just tap. Like so. See there? And that creates the illusion of mist. And then come back and lift upward. Very short little strokes, and it'll make it look like little trees way back in the distance. Far, far away. Now I'm going to take that same color, and we're going to add a touch of alizarin crimson to it. Load the brush the same way. Just going to add a little crimson so it has a slight purplish hue. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe, yep, we're going to have another little row of foothills there. And you could put these on with a 1-inch brush or a 2-inch brush, whatever. I just had a dirty fan brush, so I thought I'd use it. Pull it down. Once again, I want to create that illusion of mist. So with a 2-inch brush, all we're doing is just tapping. Just tapping. And gently lift it upward. And then sometimes you like to play some games and maybe make it look like there's a little light playing through here. So I'll take just a little white on the brush and just barely touch right here. Just maybe there's a little light playing through here. Like that. Just a little bit. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. It's easy to overkill here. And then very lightly, we'll just tap all that so it's very soft. See, it makes it look like there's a little bit of happy little sunshine playing through there on this nice cool day. There we go. Okay. Now then, maybe back in here there's some snow. Let's have some fun. We'll go into the titanium white. Use the old fan brush. Touch of phthalo blue into that. Titanium white and phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a beautiful blue color. It's bright blue. It's right up in here. Now then, here's where you begin determining the lay of the land. If you've got little hills and valleys, this is where you do it. Okay, let's go right in here. and touch and make a happy little hill. Right there, that easy, that easy. See there? We got a little hill. And maybe there's another hill lives right here. I've just added a little more white. See? And that easy, you can create all kinds of little hills and valleys. Pay particular attention to the lay of the land though. Look at that, just hill after hill. Now this is where I'd ski, right down here. I leave this up here for the experts. I fall down a lot. Got 3 left feet. There we go. All right, now we need a tree. Let's make a happy little evergreen here. I'm gonna take some black, some Prussian blue. Prussian blue is very strong. Be careful with it. So we have black, Prussian blue. We'll put some Van Dyke brown in there. Shoot, we'll even throw some alizarin crimson in. You're just looking for a very dark color. There. Okay, let me clean off my knife. And I'll just use the old fan brush. Load it full of color. A lot of color. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you got to make some decisions. Where does your trees live? I think there's a tree. There is now. Lives right here. And use just the corner of the fan brush. Work it back and forth. I had a lady in class one time, and she called these Z trees. Maybe that's a good analogy. Just think of making Z's. Well, you're just like Zorro on here. Just look at that. Those trees live right in this brush. All you have to do is sort of scare them out. Shake them a little bit. Like so, back and forth. And you put as many or as few trees in your world as you want. Now, sometimes it's fun to play some games here. I'm going to go to another fan brush and back to that lavender color I had. Back to the lavender color. Okay, let's go right up in here. Maybe there's some trees that live far away. And as things get closer to you in the landscape, they get darker in value. So back here, if you want to make the indication of trees that live way back, just use a lighter color. See, maybe he's got a happy little friend. Lives right there. So you can put as many trees or as few in your world as you want. It's up to you. Just want to show you how to make a tree. And you decide how many trees live in your world. Okay? Maybe let's do it over here too. I want some trees on this side. While we have this lavender looking color going. We'll just drop in the indication of a happy little tree there. And there. There we go. All right. Now we go back to our brush. It has the dark color. And, yep, I'm going to put a tree. Now this old tree, when he was just a little baby, maybe a big deer came by and stepped on him and hurt him a little bit. So he's sort of bent. I think personally landscapes look better if all the trees aren't perfectly straight. It's terrible to think that every tree is just a future telephone pole. Put some shape in your trees. Let them bend and just have fun. There we go. There we go. See, right on down. Now this could be done with a 2-inch brush or 1-inch brush works very nicely also. No problem. Okay. Maybe we'll put another happy little tree right there. I like to do these evergreen trees. In my home in Alaska, there was a lot of evergreens. I had one in my front yard that, good gosh, it must have been 60 or 70 feet tall. And the ptarmigan used to set up there. Ptarmigan's a beautiful bird. In the wintertime, he turns white. And he's so pretty. So pretty. I think he's in the grouse family. Beautiful bird. Alaska is the only place I've ever seen him, but I'm sure there are other places. There. Nothing that pretty could be just in one place. There we go. good dark color. We're looking for contrast here. Let's put one right here too. What the heck? What the heck? This will give you a lot of practice making some happy little evergreens. There we are. And down in here, you could care less. You separate these with highlights. We're going to come back and highlight this some. So right now, all we're looking for is color. Just want color on here. That's all. All right. Now then, we need some trunks in there to hold up these little trees. So I'll use some of the dark sienna, a little bit of white. Okay, cut us off a tiny little roll of paint. Let's go back up here. And we'll come right up through here and just touch here and there. You're not going to see the entire trunk. You're just going to see parts of it. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy. There. And sometimes you can see the indication of little trunks that are hid back in there. Like that. Okay, let's go on the other side over here. We don't want these little trees to be left out. They get upset if you don't give him a trunk too. Don't want his feelings hurt. These are happy little trees. They can take just the point of the knife and scratch in a few little dead limbs. Evergreens always have dead limbs on them. Okay, I'm gonna go right into some liquid white because I'm looking for a paint that's a little thinner. Titanium white and a little bit of phthalo blue. Okay. Now then, let's put some highlight. Here's your light source. So over here, the left side of the tree is going to be brighter than the right side. Just drop in some highlights, like so. Darker, darker, darker as it goes down. Now this is a thinner paint, so it sticks on top of here without any problem. If your paint won't stick, make it a little bit thinner. And then you'll find it works better. One of our golden rules, if this is your first time with us, is that a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we start off with the thickest paint we can find, and then each layer gets thinner. And that's what makes all this work. There's no big secret to it. There we go. Just some indication of a few little highlights here and there. Darker, darker, darker. There it is. And then gets down in here, more shadows, darker and darker and darker. Okay, here's the old paintbrush. Now then, right into some white, a little bit of the blue. And let's start right in here, and we'll put another happy little hill. Allow it to pick up some of this dark color, and that becomes shadows. See there? That easy. You create your shadows all at once. Okay, now maybe there's some little grassy things that grow right in there. There they are. You can just push them in, like so. Okay, now then. Over here, let's go right over on this side. Here's another little plane. See, each one of these little hills you make creates a different plane in your painting and it really helps create the illusion of depth and distance. There we go. And once again, let it pick up some of this dark color and pull it down. Look at that. Follow the lay of the land. That's very important at this time. Very important. Okay, I add a little touch of the liquid white. And that thinner paint, once again, see, I can pull that up and make all kinds of happy little things happen. Here I'm just pushing upward. Give it a little upward pull. Just make all kinds of pretty things. I like these little winter scenes. Now I'm just sort of working back and forth with the blues and the whites. Tell you what, if you've painted with me before, you know I'm a water fanatic. So let's have some water in this. I like water. So I'm just going to tap the brush into a tiny bit of the phthalo blue, a little black. Okay, let's go right back up here. Make a decision. Water lives right here. There it is. There it is. That easy. That easy. Just pull it down. Straight down. Be sure these lines come straight down. And then very lightly go across. And that'll create the illusion of water. That easy. Maybe we'll take it right on off the end of the canvas. There you go. That's just a happy little pond that lives out there. And we'll take a little bit of this dark color. Maybe there's a stone right here. So we'll put the stone on. See, there lives a little stone right there. He's got a little friend named Harold. This is Harold the stone right here. And we'll reflect a little bit of that down in here. Take our 2-inch brush, pull that down, come across. Now then, our fan brush that has the white on it. And as I say, I have several of each brush going here, so I don't have to wash them between each time. Now, let's put a little bit of snow right up on that rock. It's that easy. Like that. Just a little bit there. Now, we'll take some liquid white on the knife, pull it out very flat, cut across it, and we'll just put a little water line, a little bit of snow laying right here. Just like so. There. Isn't that a nice little snow scene? And it's easy, you can do it. A little bit of snow laying right out through there. I think we have a painting that's ready for a signature. I'm going to dip my brush right into a little bit of the liquid clear, bring it to a nice sharp point, and we'll sign it right here. I hope you've enjoyed this painting. It's a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing you again next time. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a happy little seascape. So let's go on up here and let me tell you a little bit about what I've done already on the canvas. Now on the top of the canvas, I've completely covered this part with liquid white. And as you know, liquid white makes the canvas wet and slick, and we blend color. But down here I've done something different today. Down here, this is all coated with liquid clear. And this is just a clear, transparent medium. It's just like liquid white, except it's clear. And I want to put some water down here, and I don't want to lose my color. I want it to stay very strong and very true. So this is liquid clear. Now then, I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me, and we'll go up here and get started. And tell you what, let's have some big fluffy clouds up here today and a nice big churning wave, and we'll just get crazy. So let's go. I'm going to go into a touch of the midnight black. Just a touch, and reach over here and I'll grab a tiny little bit of alizarin crimson. So I've got midnight black and alizarin crimson. Just tap the brush into it. And let's figure out, maybe there's a big cloud that lives right here. We're going to put the dark part in first. And then we'll come back and put the light stuff in. Just like so, maybe. Right along here. Now when you're doing these, you sort of have to predetermine where your water line is going to be. Okay, tell you what, we'll have another cloud over somewhere in this area. All I'm doing is just applying a little bit of dark color right now. Maybe something here. Wherever. Now then, I'm going to go into, without cleaning the brush, some of the titanium white, a little bit of phthalo blue, and I'll just reach on the other side of the palette and take some bright red. Just a tiny bit. I don't want to turn this to lavender. Just a little touch. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, in between here, I'm going to put in some happy little sky colors. And sort of leave an area around here where the white of your cloud will be. There we go. This is probably one of the easiest ways to make a very striking sky with great big fluffy clouds. All kinds of beautiful little things happening. Okay, let me wash this brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess. And cover the whole studio. All right. That really is fun. You know, I've painted for so many years, and I still like to just beat the brush. We have people who write and they tell me they watch the shows, they don't paint, they just stand around and beat the brush. They enjoy that so much. Okay, I'm pulling this brush through the titanium white, and I've put the least little touch of bright red into it. A lot of paint, a lot of paint. There you go. Let's go up here. Now, using just the corner of the brush, decide where your clouds live in tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. See there? And just sort of let it come into the dark. Don't want to kill all the dark. Don't want to kill it. Just sort of let it come together. Look at that. Big, fluffy, strong clouds. Maybe a little bit right in there. Okay. Tell you what. There we go. And you can make as big a cloud as you want into your world. There we are. Right in there. Big, fluffy cloud. The wind's blowing. Sort of make up little stories when you're painting. It really helps you get in the mood. All right. Okay. Now we'll take just a clean, dry brush and come right up here and watch. With just the top corner of the brush, very gently, you just sort of mix this up. Don't touch the top at all at this point. You're just mixing the bottom of the cloud into the dark. Just the bottom. Just sort of bring it all together. Don't kill all your dark. Don't kill all your dark. That dark is what's going to create the illusion of big clouds, strong clouds. Look at that. Now then. Just beat the brush a little bit. That removes excess paint off the brush without going through the whole cleaning procedure. Okay, now then, look right here. We're going to grab this and fluff it. Tease it. Pull it up. Big streaks. Barely touching the canvas, just enough to grab the paint. Fluff it up. Fluff it up. Fluff it. And then very gently, we'll just blend the entire sky. Isn't that a super way to make a fantastic sky? That easy. Okay. Now we're ready to start playing with the sea. I'll wash this brush. Actually, I just like to wash the brush. Shake it off. There we go. All right. Tell you what. Now, I've tried to devise a seascape that works very well and is not so complicated. So sometimes it helps if you sort of put yourself in a little sketch here. I'm going to take a little paint thinner, and I'm using a filbert, a number 6 bristle filbert. We'll just take a little crimson and blue. We'll make just a little lavender color. I think you can see that quite well. Now, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. I just think it'll help if you're just starting off with some nice seascapes. Let's decide where our big wave's going to be. We're going to have a big crashing wave, and maybe it lives right there. And boom, crashes over and falls down. See, that gives you sort of an idea, and then maybe back here we'll have some other happy little things happening. Wherever. This just sort of gives you a guideline. This is what's important. Right in here, we're going to have a transparent eye. And maybe down in here there'll be all kinds of little things. We'll worry about that later. Okay. Now, I'm going to take a 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go right in to some Prussian blue, and a touch of alizarin crimson, and just sort of mix these on the brush. All right, let's go back up here. Now, you have to make a big decision here. Where's your horizon? Right there. Maybe I'll add a little bit more crimson. I want that a little more into the... Yes, that's better. I want a little more into the lavender hue back here. And try to keep this horizon line quite straight. It really looks better if your water line back here is straight. There we go. And we can just sort of fill all that in. Like so. Now then, I'm going to add to the same old dirty brush and same color a little bit of yellow ochre. Yellow ochre. That'll give us a little greenish cast. Okay, we just come right up to here. just sort of let all this blend together. Okay. Maybe we'll have a little thing crashing back here, so I'll just leave that open for the time being. Okay. Now see, if we had liquid white under here, when we put this color on, it would make it lighter in value. By putting the liquid clear on, it keeps this color true and very dark. Very dark, yet it's transparent. This is a very transparent color. Okay, I'm going to go right into a touch of the midnight black, like so. A little bit more of the yellow ochre, midnight black, yellow ochre. Now right down here, now remember this area. We want to save this area. We go right in here and just drop that in, like so. Boy, I've made a mess this time, huh? And all we're doing right here is just blocking in color. We're not looking for a whole bunch of shape, just basically just blocking in some color. And I'm going to touch a little bit of the phthalo blue. I have not cleaned the brush. I have not cleaned it. Phthalo blue, we'll go right up in here. A little yellow ochre, because I want this to have a greenish cast to it. Okay, just bring it to right about there. Now while we have that on here, let's just pull a little bit of this over. We know there's going to be a big crashing wave there. Like that. Okay. And that's good enough to get us started. Down here, we'll worry about that later. Okay. Now we have to make some big decisions. Back in here, I want some little swells. So this is a simple way of making it. I'm going to take titanium white on the fan brush. And we'll go right up here, decide where they're going to be. You have to make a big decision. One lives right there. See? Now, you're not worried about the top of this. You're worried about the bottom. As crazy as that sounds, you're worried about the bottom of it. That's all. There we go. Isn't that easy? Okay, now right along here. See, the only thing you're worried about is this nice bottom edge. You could care less about the top at this time. There will come a point in this painting where we're worried about everything. But right now, put a little bit right out here too. There. Okay, now watch. Come right up in here. Watch here. Now grab this and begin just going like that. Just very gently. Very gently. See, you're sort of making little strokes like that. Very gently. Put a little bit of white right in there and then pull it up. Very gently. Now, come right back here. Start this one. You beginning to see what's happening? Isn't that exciting that it can happen that easy? Look at that. Look at that. Now it starts making sense. Right back up here. Look at there. Look at there. I really tried to design this seascape so even if this is your first seascape, you'll have some super, super results. I think you'll like this one. I think you'll like it. Now back in here, I've added a little white to the brush. You can just come in and just sparkle a few little things back in here, all the way up to the horizon, like so. That's exciting. Okay, I'm going to go back to my filbert. We'll take a little bit of titanium white and the tiniest little touch of cadmium yellow, and then we'll mix that up about like so. So we have cad yellow and titanium white. All right, let me clean my knife off here. Now, with our filbert brush, we just load it full of paint. Just run it right through there. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, right here, this is the part that everybody likes in a seascape. This nice, beautiful, transparent area where the light's shining through, and ooh, this is exciting. This is exciting when you do this. Now, of course, I know none of us are interested in that happy buck, but if you're selling paintings, this is the second that sells, right here. Right here. Okay, we'll just let a little lead run right along in there, wherever you want it, and just sort of bring it together. Now then, clean, dry 2-inch brush. Let's go right up in here and very gently. Now, begin thinking of the angles here. How's the water? It's coming up and see, it helps to make little noises. See, begin creating the shape of this wave. Now, if your brush gets dirty, don't take this dirty color back into here. You want to save that. You want to save it. That's your good friend. Take care of it. There we go. See, and already that's beginning to look like a happy little wave. Okay. Always think about the angles. It's like when you're painting mountains. Angles are very, very important. Let me wash this brush. Give me a shake. You just beat the devil out of it. Okay. Let me grab a fan brush here. We'll go right into some titanium white. Load quite a bit of paint into your brush. Quite a bit of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, we want to show this is crashing over. I'll tell you, start here, give it a little ch. Once again, make those little noises. Grab that, pull it. Pull it. Water's spilling over there. Look at that. See there? Just crashes over. Boom. Okay. Now back to our little filbert brush. Now I'm going to take a touch of crimson, mix a little bit of phthalo blue with it, reach over here and grab some white, and we're making a lavender color, sort of bluish. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, the exciting part. Where does this big foam crash here? Let's go right in here and push that brush. Maybe this, oh, let's have a big splash. Comes way up in here. Way up in there. All we're doing here is just throwing in the shadow. We're putting the shadow in first, then we'll come back and we'll highlight that. Need the shadow, the dark area, so the light will show. And it comes right on up here and maybe goes right on over. Just grind that in. Push it in. There you go. Okay. Now then, wash and dry my brush. Now these little filbert brushes, I just dry those on a paper towel. They're easy. Okay, we'll take some titanium white and a least little touch of the cad yellow. Should almost look white, but have a little bit of yellow in it. Okay, let's go back up here. Now there's a lot of paint on this brush. Okay, now sort of, maybe we can come right in here close. Sort of tilt that over a little bit. Does that make sense? And when you give it a little push, see? So it leaves that nice bright edge up there. Once again, make little sounds, it helps. Just push it. You want that bright out here on the edge. Boom. Boy, it's just splashing and carrying on there. It's just carrying on, having a good time. And if you don't live close to the ocean, you know, you can get books that have all kinds of beautiful seascape pictures to give you ideas. All kinds of books. There we go. All right. Let me wash this brush. This brush is little, you can't beat it. It's no fun. Now, with a nice dry, clean brush, I'm going right in here where these two colors come together and just very gently sort of blend them together. Don't kill all the dark. You want the dark in this. That's what gives you depth. Makes it pretty. Okay. Now with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I'm just going to use the very top corner and just blend all this together very lightly, barely touching. 2 hairs and some air. And that gives us a big churning, splashing thing there. Okay, grab the old fan brush here. I'm going to take some white and a little bit of the phthalo blue, at least a little touch of crimson. The crimson just sort of tones it down a little bit so it's not quite as bright. I don't want it to get real lavender-like, but just want to tone it down. Okay, let's go up here. Now we need to start working with some little foam patterns that live in here. And this is where we begin creating the shape of the wave. Now this wave's coming up and going shh. So here it's going to be a lot more. Now right in here, right in this area, there's going to be a shadow created by this wave standing up. So we want to keep this color quite dark. Like there. Let all these little things just happen. See? All kinds of pretty little things going on in there. But it gets flatter as it goes out here. These lines begin laying down. They're like me. They get lazy and they lay down on the job. But as that wave comes closer this way, it spills upward. There we go. Okay, just again laying all kinds of little things in here. Now if you happen to put one in that you think's a little bit bright, just take your large brush and very lightly. See? You can bring it right into the wave. That easy. That easy. Now then, as we get out from under this shadow area in here, let's begin creating the illusion of some foam laying out here. This is a little brighter. A little bit brighter. We'll come back and put some detail in there later. Right now we just want to put some, looks like little foamy areas laying all out through here. Tell you what, I'm going to go right into a little bit of that yellow and white. Let's make some sand. This is bright, so right below there, we'll take some white, a little bit of that cadmium yellow in it. And as we work away, we begin adding a little more of the dark color. Just same old dirty brush and start going into some of the darker color. Darker and darker as it works out. By the time we get out here, boy, it's really getting dark out here. There. Okay, then over here, a little bit in here. Wherever. Now then, with a 2-inch brush, grab this and pull it straight down. Straight down. Start with a light area and blend outward. If you start with a dark area and go inward, it'll eat up your light area. Okay, over here, same. Just like so. Now very lightly go across. Very lightly. And it'll give it the appearance of wetness. Hope that's a proper word, wetness. You know what I mean anyway. The sand is wet. All right. Now then, I'm going to take my little script liner brush. And I'm going to go right into some of this. This is titanium white with the least little touch of cad yellow into it. And I've added paint thinner to my brush, so it's very thin. It's almost like water. Let's go right up here. Now, right along in here, I want to put some bright right at the top of this. I want this to really stand out, so it corresponds right there. Now I'm doing the same thing, except this is with blue and white. As it goes away, I want it to get darker and darker. Now we can begin just putting all kinds of little strokes in here. Like so. Like so. See, all kinds of happy little things. we were going to have some fun back here. Take a little that lavender color. Let's put a little thing breaking right up here. First, we'll, just like with a big wave, we'll put in some shadow. Wash our brush. Wash our brush. And go back and pick up some of the white with a little touch of yellow in it. Now, right along here. Look at that. Look at that. See, little splasher going on back here. Now, wipe off the excess paint. And very lightly, just bring that together. This little filbert brush really does some nice things. There we go. See, and we got a little thing breaking and playing back here. Alrighty, then we can come back in here and just put a few little details in. And you can just add all kinds of happy little things. Just all kinds of them. Little things that happen in the water. Look at that. And maybe back up in here, you see things through the wave too. You don't just see them in the front. There we go. Little things like that. Just let them go. And down in here. See? There. All right. Now I'll go right into some of the darker color, and we have to have a little line right here, which shows us that this is sort of upstanding right there. Just a little tiny line's all you need. Tell you what, let's put us a happy little stone in here that the wave's hitting and crashing on. I'll just go right into Van Dyke Brown. Add a little touch of the dark sienna to that. It's Van Dyke Brown, dark sienna. Okay. Now then, we have a crashing wave here. So let's build us a nice stone that is crashing against. It's just hitting and splashing and carrying on wherever. See there? Isn't that easy? We got a happy little stone, or a happy big stone. This is a big stone. Just really lay that color in there. Tell you what, maybe, yep. He's got a friend that lives right here. Stones get lonely too. Everybody needs a friend. Let's have another one right in here. This is a dark sienna and a Van Dyke Brown. Okay, and then we'll take a little touch of yellow ochre, a little bit of the dark sienna, and we'll just sort of mix those together. Maybe we'll throw a little white in there too. Ooh, that's nice. I still get excited when these colors happen. Cut off a little piece so you get that little roll of paint. Now then, just come right along here. Just barely touch. Whisper light. Just whisper light. Put a few happy little highlights out here to give his stone some shape. There we go. A few little things happening right out here. And over here. Don't want him left out. See how easy you can make some beautiful little stones. Okay, and right around here, a little water just to clean that up. We'll take our fan brush and bring this water right up to the rock. See how easy that is? And we just about got a finished seascape. Then I think we'll call that painting finished. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting that's very warm and very bright. It's such a good day. Let's do a good painting. So let's go up here at the canvas and let me tell you what I've already done. Now this is probably going to look sort of green to you right in here. And the reason for that is because I've covered this black canvas with Indian yellow right here, which is a very transparent yellow. But black and yellow, as you know, make green. When we start putting color on here, that'll go away. Right above that is a strip of alizarin crimson. And then above that is a little bit of phthalo blue. Same thing on the bottom. Then I've just blended the entire canvas with a big brush, and it's all ready. So let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And we'll go on up here and get started and have some fun. Now, first thing let's talk about for a second is how do you get the canvas black? The best way that I found is get some black gesso. Now, black gesso is made to have paint adhere to it a little better than just black house paint. So I think you'll need some of that. Cover the canvas and let the black dry completely. You want that to be totally dry, and then you put these transparent colors over the black gesso and go from there. Don't let the transparent colors dry on you though. We want to keep those nice and wet, so I'm gonna put white in here, I think, and let's just see what happens. Let's start off with the old fan brush today. I'm gonna go right in to titanium white and load a lot of paint into the brush. Today, we're going to teach you how to be a brush washer. Going to get to wash the brush a whole bunch of times. All right, let's go right up to the canvas. Now you have to make a big decision right off here. Where's your horizon and where is the brightest spot going to be? This is going to be like a sunset. So maybe right in here, right in this area here, we'll have a nice bright area. So you take your fan brush fully loaded with paint and do boom, get mean with it. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. This is better than going home and kicking a dog around. Look at what's happening. Now see, as you work upward, you're picking up all that color underneath. There's all kinds of beautiful colors in here. The crimson, and now you're going to get up in here where there's some blue and crimson, which will make a nice lavender color. Okay, now then, wash your brush. Every time you wash your brush, dry it off, back into the white, back into the white. Now when you're doing this at home, try it with numerous transparent colors. And I know the first question is, how do I tell if a color is transparent? The best way, if you have a black canvas, is just take a little bit of the color and put it on the canvas. If it still looks black, then it's transparent enough to do what we're doing here. Okay, let's go right back up here, back to the light spot. Bang that right in there. And just begin creating some beautiful little cloud formations. Let that brush dance, let it play. All kinds of little things are going on. This is where you just sort of let your imagination go crazy. All these little things just happen. Now if you wanted to show a little more blue up here, you could certainly do that. Sometimes it's pretty to have a nice phthalo blue up there. I've mixed blue and crimson together to make it more of a lavender color. But in your world, you put whatever you want. Load this brush up again, back in here. Always back to the light area and work outward. Now let's just dance that brush. By dancing it, turn it, spin it. Let all those little things just happen. Ooh, isn't it pretty right there? Okay, now we'll wash the brush again. Told you you're going to be an expert brush washer by the time this one's over. But you never, never, never want to take this dirty brush back into the light area. It takes a little time to do all this brush washing, but it'll pay you dividends. Back into the light area. Dance out some of this color. Maybe it just goes right on off the canvas and sort of wanders back right there. Whatever. Whatever. Just let your imagination go. Now then. A little more of the white. Now some places in here I want to show a little more distinct clouds. So I'm just going to add a little bit of white right in here so it'll be a little bit brighter. A little bit brighter in places. Light striking and carrying on. I know by now you're saying, boy, that Bob's really messed up this time. You may be right. There we go. Just let all these little things happen. Have fun with it. Now then, if you was to take and try to blend all that, chances are, if you blended that with a big brush, it would just make a happy mess. Let me show you one other thing here before we get too far along. I want to make this even brighter. I'm going to add some more pure white right in here. Look at that. Very bright. Okay, now as I was saying, if you tried to blend all this, chances are it would smear and you'd be a mud mixer. And we don't want any mud mixing. So take your knife and very gently, just barely touching, scrape off that excess paint. Wipe your knife each time you scrape. Otherwise, when you go back here, you'll put a big line of color. Each time, wipe it off very carefully. because you don't want to smear this color all over the black canvas. Well, we really have got a mess now. Now then, we'll take a clean, dry, let me repeat, dry, 2-inch brush and go right up in here. Be sure this brush is dry. And very gently, we'll just start blending this. Wearing your sunglasses today? This is a bright one. This is such a fantastic day, and I'm in such a super nice little happy mood. I thought we'd do a bright painting. Bright paintings, they make you feel good. Look at that, look at that. All these colors just come alive. And you'll notice on a black canvas that color sometimes looks so much stronger than it does on a white canvas. And then very lightly, just take out the brush strokes. Okay. Now, let me wash my brush. I'm going to go right back into white here. Once again now, maybe in here we'll make a little cloud that's just a little bit more distinct, a little bit brighter. So just take a little of that white and bounce it around in there. Maybe right here, wherever you think you ought to be. See, and that helps create the illusion of distance in your sky, perspective. There we go. Now then, good dry brush, and then blend. Blend, barely touching the canvas. Just you mix it up a little bit and blend it. Just barely touching. There we go. Very soft. Now we get the rest of the painting in here. This guy won't look near as bright as it does now. Right now, that's a firecracker, isn't it? There we go. But see, this Indian yellow before looked sort of green against the black, but once you put the white with it, it's opaque, and that yellow just jumps right out at you. Okay. Now we'll just use the same old dirty brush. I'm going to go right into some midnight black. And reach over here, grab a little bit of alizarin crimson. Just mix these on the brush, no big deal. Just pull the brush right through that color. Just pull it. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe there's some happy little foothills that live way back here. Take the brush, touch, just use the corner. Crimson and black. See, this is where you have to make this big decision. Right here. A little more of the crimson and the black. Just drop this in. Wherever you think your little foothill lives, that's where he goes. Isn't that pretty? See, that sets that sky off. Now, a lot of times, if you're out selling paintings, a lot of times people buy paintings for color as much as for content. And if you have an old dull room around your house, you put this one in there, you'll have to wear sunglasses when you go in. This will brighten up a dull room. Let's wash the brush. It's a lot more fun to wash these big brushes than it is on little bitty ones. Now, I want to reflect some of that into the water. Just going to take this brush and tap it right into some titanium white. Just tap a little bit of color. Let's go up here. Now decide where water and land meet back here. All you do is touch and pull straight down. Touch and pull down. See, and you start in the lightest area and work outward. That way, automatically, it gets darker and darker, darker. See there? Okay, now back over here. Touch and work outward. All we're doing here is just laying some color onto canvas. But this too is picking up all those beautiful transparent colors that are underneath. And this all happens automatically. Now wash the brush one more time. Just scrub him off. And beat the devil out of it. Now, this time we're going to use a firm pressure. Bend that brush, snap it, pull it. Just pull it right down. Look at there. Beautiful colors. Now very lightly, go across it. And you can push this, look, see? Push it that way, wherever you want it to go. And it creates the illusion of water. That's simple. All right, let's take the knife. We'll take a little bit of white, touch of the bright red, and I'm going to take some dark sienna and add to that. Make a color about like that. Cut across it, a little tiny roll of paint. Let's go up here. Now I want to put the indication of just a happy little water line here. So we just let that play right in here. See there? Okay. Just drop that in. And maybe there's a few little sparklers out here on the water. Wherever you want them. Now the ones that are directly under this bright area, I'm going to add a little touch of yellow to them, make them really stand out, because they're going to be a little brighter. A few little things like that. All right. Now we can come into the foreground and play a little bit. And I think in this foreground here, we'll have some nice big trees and bushes, and we'll just see what happens. We'll take some midnight black. Let's mix up a bunch of paint. There's black and crimson. Shoot, let's take some Van Dyke brown, some dark sienna. We'll throw it all in there. Very dark. It should look black. Very dark. I put the color in there so when we add highlight, you'll get little sparkles. And you don't have to overmix this. About like that. Okay, let me clean my knife off. You know, one thing of interest I'd like to pass on. We get a lot of cards saying, how do I get all the paint out of a tube? Because when you're using a very firm paint, sometimes it's a son of a gun to get all the paint out and you waste it. I want to show you this. This is one of the neatest little devices. This is called a tube wringer. And this little tube wringer, all you do is just, you stick your tube right in there and crank this handle, and that son of a gun will take out every little bit of paint. Boy, that's a lifesaver there. You ought to have one of those. Okay, enough talking here. Let's load a brush. We'll use this brush. And this old 2-inch brush, and I'm going right into this paint. Pull it, give it a wiggle. Just wiggle it. That pulls the paint down to the end of the bristles. Pull it, give it a wiggle, and then sharpen it, just like you would a fine knife. Now this brush, let me turn it so you can see. Look at how sharp it is. Very sharp. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you got to make some big decisions. In your world, where does a tree live? I think right there. All you do is touch the canvas and then take just the corner of the brush. Now don't be afraid of this brush because it's big. It will do fantastic things for you. Just use the corner, push down, and sort of work back and forth. Back and forth. Let it go. All you're looking for right here is a silhouette. But we'll come back and we'll put a few little highlights on these trees. Okay. Now we don't want him to get lonely. Let's give him a little friend that lives right there. Right there. Just the corner of the brush. Look at that. Did you ever think you could make such a beautiful little tree using a big old 2-inch brush? You can. You can. You can do anything. Anything. At least on this piece of canvas. This is your world and your creation right here. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have another one. Let's have another one right there. We'll let him really shine out here in the light. He'll stand out beautifully against all that light color. There he comes. He lives right there in that brush. Just tap him out. There we go. We got a whole family of trees now. We got a mama and a papa and a little one. Okay, I'm bringing that back to a nice sharp edge. Let's go right back up here. Maybe over here we have an uncle and an aunt. See, trees are like people. They have personalities. Everyone is different. Each one's an individual. You know, I'm a little nuts. I go out in the woods with my camera and take pictures of trees, and I've even been known to sit around and talk to trees, but don't tell anybody that. That's a secret. People think you're crazy if you talk to trees. What's worse is when they start answering you. There we go. There. Now we got a whole family of trees. Okay. All right, let's make some more things. Use the same brush and the same old color, and I'm going to pull it through the paint in one direction. Look how that brush is bending. One direction, one direction. Okay, by pulling it in one direction, you'll round one corner. See how it's rounded on the top? Put that rounded corner to the top. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, decide where you want a happy bush to live. Push and bend it. Bend the brush. You need to bend it. Avoid letting it slide. Don't let it do that. See the difference? Bend it. If it slides, you're going to have a uko. That's short for mess. Okay, just decide where you want little bushes to live or big bushes. And we'll put one right there. And down in here, this is already dark, so you don't have to worry too much. Just throw in a little color. Okay, let's go over on the other side here. Maybe there's a happy bush that lives, yep, right there. There we go. Well, we just got a canvas full of bushes now. But see how easy it is to just drop those in? Nothing to it. Nothing to it. Let's put some little tree trunks in there now. For that, let's take some of the dark sienna, pull it out very flat, then cut across it. So you have a little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. There, you can see it right there. Okay? Now then, let's go right up in here, and we'll put the indication of a little trunk. Just like so. This tree said he wants a trunk too. There. You know, we travel all over the country doing demonstrations and shows for PBS stations and other fundraising activities. And that's so fantastic because I get an opportunity to meet unbelievable painters from all over the country. We really enjoy it. So if we get to your area, I look forward to seeing you. Maybe we can spend some time together and talk and look at paintings and really get crazy. If you would like to be notified that we're going to be in your area, drop me a line and just give me your name and address. I'll put you on our mailing list. We have a little mailing list, and we send out notices and tell people we're going to be in their area. So if you'd like to be notified, just drop me a card with your name and address on it, and I'll do that for you. Now I'm taking a little brown, white, a touch of the bright red, just a touch. Once again, that small roll of paint. Now, if your light's coming from here, just here and there, maybe a little light's just twang, zipping through there. Okay, let's go on the other side over here. Now, here, the light would hit on the opposite side. So just let it just zing through there. And that just sort of makes them stand out a little bit, makes them a little prettier. Okay, take a 2-inch brush and let's put some highlight on there. I'm going to put some of that dark color back on here and then go right into the bright red. Right into it. I want a dark, dark red here. Very dark. I'm going to put at least a little touch of yellow ochre to that too. Look at that. Bring that brush back to a very, very sharp edge. See how sharp it is? Okay, come on back up here. Now then, we said over here the light's coming from this direction, so the left side of the tree will be the brightest. Don't overdo here. Just enough to show a little light coming through there. I want to keep that quite dark. Quite dark. There. This is almost a silhouette. Okay, now then, a little bit more right in here. There it is, there it is. Darker, darker. darker, darker as it goes down. And this little tree that's standing out here just shining. He's going to be a pretty little son of a gun. Look at that. And come right on down, like so. And this little tree. Now this one will be highlighted more on the right. See there? That easy. Drop him in there. Look at that. I knew you could do it. Okay. Now then, in here, let's have some individual little bushes. So I'm going to take a 1-inch brush, and I'm dipped it into a small amount of paint thinner, just a little bit, and then I'm going to pull it through the color. We'll use some of the red, a little bit of yellow ochre. Shoot, we can add some cadmium yellow to that. Maybe a little more of the cad yellow. Want it a little brighter so you can see it. One direction, pull it. So you get that curve in the brush. Curve to the top, okay? Now, right up in here, touch, just barely touch the canvas, bend it a little bit, and begin forming little individual trees and bushes and all those happy little things that live in here. If you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little bit of paint thinner or a little bit of the liquid clear, either one. Either one. There we go. Happy little bush lives right there. You knew that. There's a little friend. And work on one bush at a time. I know sometimes it looks like I take a running start across a room and just sock this and 88 bushes appear. But they're done one at a time. Each one's a little individual. He has his own personality, just like trees. Don't get in too big a hurry. Speed will come automatically with practice. First thing you want to do is learn how to do it. And then the speed, it just comes. There's a nice little bush. This is still basically the yellow ochre and bright red. There. And just layers here. See? Let all those little things just drop right on down. I tell you what. Shoot, that's so pretty. I'm going to take some Van Dyke brown. Let's go right in here. I'm going to put a happy little cabin right here. There we go. There's one side of the roof. There's the other side. And with the brown, all we're doing is just blocking it in right now. Give him a front and a side. Now we can take some brown and some white, and we'll put a little highlight on there. Barely grazing the can. This is just exactly like breaking the snow on the mountain. It's a very delicate little touch. Now maybe over here there's a little window, but you can't hardly see him. That side's very dark. Now I'm going to take a little bit of this reddish color so it'll stand out here, and just let it bounce right down this roof line. Just bloop, 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 bloop. There it goes. There it goes. Make it a little brighter so you can see it. Then a little bit over in here. Now let's take a little white and a touch of the red, and let's just sparkle this little roof. See, it'll really stand out. See there? Look at that. It jumps right out at you. Now, some brown, and we'll put a door in there. We need a little door. Then we'll just cut in. We'll make this old slabs. Just cut in a few little indications of some boards here and there. And that quick, it gives you a happy little cabin. Tell you what, we need a path here, just like so. Little path. Got to have a way to get to that cabin. This is just Van Dyke brown, touch of the dark sienna. Maybe from this guy's door out there. We just make all kind of little paths. Now we can take a little bit of the brown and the white, barely touching, and just graze it like there's a little light striking there, see? Okay. Now then, back to my reds and yellow ochre. Let's go back up in here. And we'll put some happy little bushes right. There's one that lives back behind the cabin. And this one right here. Now this one, let's just have it sort of fall right over the path. That'll push it back. Look at that. See there? See there? Oh, it's fantastic the way you can just drop these in. There we go. This one is in front of the cabin, so let's let it push it back even further. Right down by the path. Look at there. See? And here I'm using the brush sideways and just pushing upward. Just bend that brush. It's unbelievable what you can do. Now then, let's just take the clean point of the knife and scrape in a few little sticks and little twigs here and there. That helps create depth. Let some of them come on over. Well, I think we're about ready to sign that one. Take a little liquid clear, a little bright red. We'll sign this one. I hope you've enjoyed it. This one is a lot of fun. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. We'll see you next time. Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. You got your oil paints all put out and your big glass of iced tea beside you and ready? Okay, let's do it then. Let's start off by having graphically put all the colors on the screen that you need to do this painting with me, and they'll come across as usual in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. Now let's go on up here. Now I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and slick and it's ready to go too. So let's do a fantastic little painting together. And I thought today we'll start off with the old 2-inch brush and the smallest little amount of alizarin crimson. Very small amount. And just tap the brush into that. Just tap it like that. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe in the sky here there's a little bit of pink. I just want a very small amount. When you're doing this, just use the littlest touch of paint. Because if you're not careful, you'll set your sky right on fire. And we don't want it on fire. We just want a little pinkish glow in it when we're done. Just to brighten it up and make it a very happy little sky. And that's enough. Right there is enough. Okay, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into phthalo blue. And the blue is so much stronger than the crimson, you don't have to clean the brush. You can go right into it. Okay, load it the same way by tapping. Let's go right back up here. Now, use a little crisscross stroke, start right at the top and work down to the pink. Just like that. Little crisscross strokes. Little X's. See there? That easy. And where these come together, you'll get sort of a lavender color. It's very pretty, very warm. There. All right, let me clean the old brush. We'll just wash it right here. I have a screen in the bottom of this bucket that I scrub the brush against. Shake it off and then just beat the devil out of it. Now with a clean, dry brush, and be sure it's dry, go right back up here and blend this. You want to make the little X's right here where the pink and the blue come together. Just a little crisscross. Okay. And that gives us a happy little sky. Tell you what, let's do. Let's put some big floating clouds up in there. And I'll use the 1-inch brush today. Pull it through the paint. Pull it through in one direction. Maybe we'll add at least a little touch of bright red to it. Least little touch. Don't want to set these clouds on fire. Now see, by pulling it one direction, you round one corner of the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now with this rounded corner toward the top, just make little tiny circles and create all kinds of beautiful little fluffy clouds in your sky. Keep the brush moving. Keep it moving. Little circles. Little tiny circles. Don't let it stay in one place. You'll end up with big cotton balls in the sky. And that'll sort of bother you when it's over. Okay. And see, layer after layer after layer. Just as many clouds as you want. This is your world, so you make the big decisions. Tell you what, maybe, yeah, let's put a happy little cloud that lives right here. We don't all want all of them on one side. We'll have them on both sides. I like to make clouds. When I was a traditional painter, clouds used to drive me crazy. Boy, I'd work on them son of a guns all day. This is the easy way to do it. Okay. Now then, we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and come right back up here. Now, see up in here, you don't want to touch these tops. All you want to do is gently, gently blend the bottom. use the top corner of the brush. If you use the bottom of the brush, you're not going to be able to tell where it's hitting. You don't want to touch these nice edges. You want to save those. Just blend right up to them and stop. And don't overblend these. Don't overblend. Okay, same thing on the other side. Just barely touching. Now then, we'll lift that up very gently. Very gently, just barely caressing the canvas. Barely, barely touch. Lift it up, and then very lightly, blend the entire sky. That'll take out all the brush marks, blend everything together, and that quick, you've got a fantastic little sky. All right, let's do a happy little mountain today. And for that, I'll take Midnight Black and Phthalo Blue. Just black and blue, that's all I'm going to use today. Midnight Black, Phthalo Blue. Now, if you wanted to check that, put a little white over there and just add it, because it's hard to tell what color that is. A little roll of paint on the knife, right out on the edge, okay? Now you have to make some big decisions. Where does your mountain live, and what's its shape? See, kind of put in the shape here. Now, mountains grow different all over the country, so if the mountains in your area are different than what I paint, just use the idea of how to paint mountains to do the ones in your area. The principles are about the same no matter what kind of mountains you're painting. There. That's just blue and black. Scrape off the excess paint. Now then, with a 2-inch brush, I'm going to begin just tapping and getting a little of that color on the brush. Now I want to put a distant mountain back here. So just using that color that I picked up, just tap, and look at there. That easy, that easy. You can create the illusion of a little mountain that's far in the distance. Now we'll pull that down. See, and automatically your mountain gets lighter toward the bottom. It mixes with the liquid white, and all those things happen. You don't have to worry about them. Shoot, maybe that was so much fun. Maybe there's another one over here, wherever you want them. You can have another little thing that lives right there. Pick up a little of that color. See there? Isn't that super? You can just borrow a little paint from this mountain and make another one. You can do anything in your world. Look at there, okay? Make that come right over. Just like so. And then we'll blend it right down to nothing. Like so. And that gives us a nice base shape for a little mountain. Now then, let's put some snow on that mountain. So we'll go right into the titanium white. Pull it out very flat, just as flat as you can get it. Really get tough with it. And then cut across, get that little roll of paint on the knife. Let's go right up here. Now, put the point of the knife right at the point of your mountain and just let it literally float right down the mountain. A little bit more right in here. And begin creating the shape of your mountain, okay? No pressure. Very, very light. Maybe this one comes down like that. Delicate touch, delicate touch. And this is where you really, really need to have a firm paint. If you have a soupy paint, you're going to become a mud mixer. I'm going to take a little of that black and blue color, mix it with some titanium white, and I'll make a shadow color, about like that. Let me clean my knife here. Tell you what, I'll get the small knife for that. It sneaks into those little places better. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now then, I want to just put the indication of some shadows here and there. Touch it, pull it down. Just pull it down. All kinds of happy little shadows. Look at there, look at there. We'll put one right in there. Wherever you think there should be a shadow, that's where it ought to be. Over in here, pull these down a little bit. So you can go back and pick up a little of that dark, and where the shadows are really deep, look at there, look at there. See, you can just spend all day just playing with mountains. They're so much fun. When I was learning and practicing all the time, I used to take a canvas and paint mountains from top to bottom, from floor to ceiling on it. Then just scrape them off and start over again. You can never waste a canvas. You can clean it over and over and over. And when your paint's wet, you can just scrape it off, take a little paint thinner and wash it down, use it again. Over and over. If your paint's dry, you can take a little sandpaper, sand off any bumps that you have, cover it with a little liquid white, and you're back in business again. It's easy. Canvas never goes bad. Just paint right over it. Okay, let's play some more with that mountain. Get a little bit more of the white. Let's come right in here, and maybe there's another little thing, and he lives right there. Wherever you want him. You can just put layer after layer. You can just keep going, like I say, till you cover up the whole canvas with mountains. And that's one of the best ways that I know of to practice. Don't be afraid to practice. If there's a secret to this or to any style of painting, it is practice. Just like tying your shoe. First time you tried it, it wasn't so easy. It wasn't so easy. Now you don't even have to look and you can do it. Of course, I told that to a lady in class one day and she looked down and she said, "How come you're still wearing loafers?" There we go. But I know you can do it better than I. Now, a little bit of that dark, just sort of play it here and there. See how it sets that right back in there and creates some deep shadows? Super. Now, back to our clean, dry brush. Just tap that. It creates all that mist. We got a tremendous big mountain here. Now maybe I'm just going to tap some of the same colors. And let's begin doing this. Just tapping downward. Just let this just sort of work right on out here. Very gentle. Maybe this just comes over and bends right there. There we go. So that all those little things just sort of happen. See, and you create another layer in your mountain. You can just keep going on and on and on. There's no limit to it. That's what makes it fun. We'll put a little highlight right in there. Now with a clean 1-inch brush, I'm going to grab this and make very short little strokes, tiny little strokes, 1/4 of an inch type strokes, and just lift that up. And it'll make it look like little trees that are growing right up the side of the mountain, far, far away. Too far to see any detail. There we go. Little tiny strokes. Can't say that enough. If you let those strokes get too big, you'll ruin the illusion. Over here, maybe there's some little things going like so. Okay, then we'll just fade that right out. See how soft and gentle? Isn't that easy? Well, we about covered up the whole canvas with mountains here, but that's all right. If you learn how to make one mountain, then you can make 1,000 mountains. And you can do it. You can do anything. All right. Let's just use this same old brush. I'm going to go right into some of this black and blue right here. Pick up a little of the white and just tap it in there. So we have same old colors, black, blue, and a little white. Okay, let's go right up here. Let's make a little footy hill. See? There he is, just using the corner of the brush, and he lives right there. Comes right on down. As each layer gets closer to you, let it get a little bit darker, a little bit darker. Clean, dry, 2-inch brush. Just tap the base. We want to have mist in here. Just a little bit of mist. There we go. Now then, use the same old dirty brush, same old color. Make it a little darker. Just tap it. I'll tell you what, we'll add tiniest little bit of Van Dyke brown. We want to start getting this a little closer. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe there's another little foothill that we can see. Ooh, there he is. There he is. You knew he was there. There he comes. And he just goes right on up like that. See how you can just create layer after layer. And we'll tap that one. This little bit of mist is the only thing that we have in here to separate all these. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's add a tiniest little bit of sap green to that same color. Because it's getting closer, now we're going to begin to see more color. Okay, let's go back here. And maybe we'll have a footy hill that comes right down here. Look at that. See, and I'm just using just the corner of this old 2-inch brush. Barely touching. Barely touching. Clean, dry 2-inch. Tap it. Give it a little upward pull. Well, we just got all kinds of things happening in there. Okay, let me wash this brush so we'll have a clean one. I've got all my brushes dirty. We have to splatter the cameraman every once in a while to make sure he's awake. I'm going to go right into some Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of dark sienna. Just mix them on the brush here. Let's have some fun. Let's go right in here, do this. Uh-oh. Now we just cover the whole canvas here. All we're looking for here is some good dark color, some good base color. Just like that. That gives us a nice color to work with. There. Okay. Now then, just take the same old brush, and I'm going to go right into my cad yellow, a little bit of yellow ochre, reach up here and grab some sap green, and I'm just going to tap this into the brush. Just tap it. Now these yellows are a little bit thinner than the other colors, so they stick a little easier. Now let's go right in here. See, just touch. Now if your color won't stick, add a little bit of the liquid clear, a little paint thinner to it. That'll thin it down so it'll stick. Or if you want your color to be brighter, add a little bit of the liquid white. There we go. Now maybe there's another little thing that lives right there. See there how you can just create layer after layer after layer. There we are. I tell you what, let's have some fun. Let me find my old fan brush here. Old fan brush. I'll take some black, some blue, and sap green. Tell you what, we'll just mix up a bunch of that because we're going to use it. Whew, that is a bunch, isn't it? Should look black. It's just black, blue, sap green. There we go. I'll clean my knife off. Now, with a fan brush, just pull it right through there. A lot of paint on the brush. All right, let's go up here. Maybe there's some happy little evergreens that live. There he is. And all we're going to do is just tap. Let's go back and forth, like so. See there? There he is. There he is. Let's give him a little friend. You know me, I think everybody has to have a friend. Friends are so important. So important. There. That's one thing is so fantastic about painting for you on television. I've made thousands and thousands of beautiful, beautiful friends that I'd never had if I hadn't done this. And I thank you very much. It's what makes this so special. See there? Isn't that quick? We got 4 happy little trees. We'll take a little bit of the dark sienna, and I'm just going to put just an indication of a little trunk or two in here. There we go. See? Just tiniest little indication. Then with the brush that has the color on it, I'm going to go back in here and grab a little bit of that dark color. Just grab it with the corner of the brush and pull it down. See there? Makes a shadow. That easy. That easy. Now then, let's begin playing. I'm going to grab a little more of the sap green and the yellows. I got all the yellows going here. Indian yellow, yellow ochre, cad yellow, just whatever. Okay. Now maybe, yep, you're right. There's another little hill right there. So you can make as many of these as you want in your world, or as few. It's up to you. It's up to you. Get a little bit of the bright red, just the tiniest little bit. There we go. Firecracker, it's gonna be pretty. Make another little hill. Look at there. Okay, and if you wanted that to stand out a little brighter, you can add a little bit of yellow. See there? Drop it right on top. Just zings. All right. I'm gonna get a 1-inch brush here. Let's pull that right through this dark color. Pull it through, wiggle it. Wiggle it. That brings it to a nice sharp point. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's a happy little evergreen. Ooh, that's going to be a happy big evergreen. Take just the corner of the brush, back and forth. Look at that. See? They live right there in that 1-inch brush. Just like you do in a fan brush. Or the 2-inch brush. There we go. Just let him come right on down. Oh, he just killed my little tree there. That's all right. We know he's back here. We know he's there. Killed my mountain up there too. Well, I'm just ruining everything that I did. But as long as you learn how to do it, that's what's so important. Just so you learn how to do it. Let's make that one a little bit taller. There we go. There, another happy little tree. And down in here we could care less, just anywhere, doesn't matter. You separate these with highlights. There's another one. And in your world, you decide how many trees you want. You want 10 trees? Maybe there's a whole forest there. Put them in. Every tree you do gives you that much more practice. And the more practice you have, the better your tree's going to get. Here I'm just adding some color. Just adding some color. Like that. Let's put a tree on the other side. We won't want that side over there to be left out and feel lonely. There he is, right there. All right. Big old tree. There. See? Just let him fall right out of there. There he goes. And once again, down in here, we could really care less what's happening. All we're looking for down here is just nice dark color. Maybe. Yep, you're right. We'll have another happy little tree. Lives right there. And we just let him work right on down. And there's a nice bushy tree that lives right there. I remember. Nice little tree. Shoot, that brush is too slow. Let's get a 2-inch brush here. And just drop in some little things. Okay. A little bit of the dark sienna. Give us an indication of a tree trunk here and there. Wherever. Maybe there's even one in this bush. Over here. Same. Don't want to leave him out. And you can just take the point of the knife and scrape all kinds of happy little things in here. There. Okay, we'll just take the brush that has the yellow on it and sap green, load it full. Okay, let's go right back up here. Now then, just pop in a few little highlights on these trees. Don't let it get too light. Keep it quite dark. Evergreens are usually a little darker than other trees. There we go. Isn't that fantastic? There. These little trees back here, they need a little touch too. There. This old tree, he don't want to be left out. A little bit in there. And that's enough to give us some indications. Alrighty. Tell you what, let's take some yellow, a little bit of sap green on the 1-inch brush, pull it in one direction. Let's put some happy little bushes right up in here. There they are. There they are. Look at all those little things. All kinds of little bushes. This is just yellow and green. These are the kind of paintings that really make you happy. Add a touch of paint thinner to my paint. There's so much paint here, you need a very thin paint to get it to stick to all of this. There. And put some shape and some form into your bush. Don't just throw this up there at random. Think about it. Think like a bush. There we go. I think in one of the previous series I told a story about when I was a kid, my uncle told me if I wanted to catch a rabbit, I should stand behind a tree and make a noise like a carrot, and when he came by, grab him. Needless to say, I didn't catch many rabbits. Okay, back with a 2-inch brush into the color. And let's come right along in here and just tap in all kinds of little happy, little grassy areas. This is where the little bunny rabbit would live. He'd hide right up in here. Yeah, that's where he'd live. And just sort of bounce back and forth with your color. Like so. Let's go on the other side. There it is. You just cut it off wherever you want it. Look at that. See how it pushes everything back though and creates layer after layer. And that's what makes your painting look deep and like it has a lot of distance. Well, we could have another rabbit over on this side. We could have rabbits everywhere in these woods. All right. Tell you what, catch that little rabbit that lives back here. We need a little path. I'm gonna go right into some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, with the old fan brush. Just pull it through there, like so. Okay, maybe the little path lives in just back and forth strokes. See, and you just put the little path wherever you want it, just like so. There he is. Look at that. Look at that. And that quick, you got a happy little path. Just sort of smooth him off. Like that. Now with the point of the knife, let's just go in here, put in a few little sticks. The old clock on the wall is telling me I got to go for this time. So I think we'll call this painting finished. We'll wrap it up for this week. From all of us here, happy painting and God bless. Well, I'm glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic painting with me? Good. In the last series, we took a canvas and we put some contact paper around it and cut an oval in it, and we made a fantastic little painting. And we have such a positive response about it, I thought we'd do another one today. So, I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me, and they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the titanium white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. Now, as I say, I've covered this with contact paper around the edges, and this is just ordinary contact paper that you can pick up at your local hardware store, grocery store, whatever. Just cut an oval in it, stick it on the canvas. Then I've put liquid white in the center here as usual, and we're ready. So we'll take a 2-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into a little bit of alizarin crimson, and all we want is just a very small amount. So tap the brush into just a little tiny bit of the color, a little bit. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, right in here, just making little crisscross strokes. I'm going to lay in a little touch of that. Just let it work right up like that. See there? Now, I'm going to take a little touch of phthalo blue on the brush and mix it right into that crimson so it makes a beautiful little lavender color. There we are. Just tap the brush. Okay, back up here, and we'll just lay in a little bit of that. Beautiful colors. We'll do a little winter scene today. I like to do little winter scenes since I lived in Alaska so long. They're sort of special to me. There we go. So now we have sort of lavender on each side and a little bit of pink right in there. I'm going to take a touch of that crimson color, and we'll have some water in this painting. So I'll just lay a little bit right in here. There. That's pretty already. Very soft colors. make you happy when you're finished with it. Okay, let me wash the old brush here. We'll scrub it against the screen that's in the bottom of the can. Shake it off. And then just have a good time with it. All right, now I want to take this clean, dry brush and just blend this together. Very softly, still using little crisscross strokes. Just blend it together. Okay, now then, same old brush, and I haven't cleaned it, same old dirty brush. I'm going right into Midnight Black, and I'm going to tap some of that right in there. You don't have to clean the brush because the black is so strong, it'll just eat up whatever's on there. All right, let's go up here. Now I want some big clouds that are coming across here. So just use the brush sort of sidewards. And just sort of come like that. We'll just make all kind of happy little things. See there? Okay, a little more of the black. Maybe there's a nice big thing that lives, yep, right out through there. Wherever. Just sort of let them play and have fun. There's one. I see one right there. Just pull that right on down. There we go. It's a super, super easy little way to make a very effective sky very quickly. Now, while I have the black on the brush, I'm going to put a little bit down here in the water. Just pulling from the outside in. Just right across. There we go. Good. Okay. Now then, take a clean brush, and I'm going to very gently bring all this together. This will soften all the edges. And here, go all the way across. And that's all there is to it. We have a happy little sky. Now then, let's build us a mountain today. Tell you what, let's take black. We'll take Midnight Black, a little bit of the phthalo blue. We'll throw a little crimson in there too, a little lizard crimson. So we have black, crimson, and blue. Pull it out very flat, go across, and cut off a little roll of paint. There you can see it. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now then, decide where your mountain lives. Our mountain is going to live right there, using very firm pressure. Very firm pressure. Just push that son of a gun right into the fabric. Okay. And there we are. Isn't that easy? We have a happy little mountain shape. And the only thing that you're worried about at this point is this nice top edge. You could care less what's happening down here. That doesn't matter. The only thing you're worried about is the edge. There we go. Okay. Now with the 2-inch brush, grab this and pull it. Because the canvas is wet, you can move the paint. Look at that. That easy. That easy. You can move a mountain. Isn't it fantastic to have that much power? Now then, let's put some snow on that mountain. I'm going to go right into the titanium white, and I'm going to pull it out just as flat as I can. And to that, I'm going to add the least little touch of the bright red. Least little touch. Pull it out very flat. Get strong with it. Straight down, cut across, and get that little roll of paint. Let's do that again so you can see it. Pull it out very flat. Cut across. See that? That's what you're looking for right there. Okay, now then, just take the knife, no pressure, touch it, and just let it slide right along the mountain. See how easy that is? No pressure, no pressure. There we go. One thing I should mention, when you look at the knife close up, you'll notice that it's black. Now, we paint the knife black on TV so it doesn't shine. But my knife is like yours. It's just painted. When they're new, it looks just like chrome. It's beautiful. But if I use that on television, the director would kill me when that started shining. There we go. We'll put a little touch of highlight right back there. Now then, for the shadow color, we'll take some blue, some phthalo blue, white. I'm going to add a little black to that to dull it down. pull that out. Same way, very flat, cut across, and once again we have a small roll of paint. Okay, now then, touch, no pressure, and just give it a gentle pull. See there? And that easy, you can create a fantastic little mountain. There he comes, right there. And there's another one, wherever you want them. Just drop them in. And you can go back, and you can make this mountain's shape change. Isn't it fantastic that you can change a mountain that easy? You can put a new peak on there, or you can take them away. Whatever makes you happy. Okay. Good clean dry brush. There we go. And just tap. We want to create mist at the bottom of this mountain. Follow the angles in the mountain. Over here, go in this direction. Always follow the angles in your mountain, then lift upward. See how soft that makes the base of the mountain look? Looks like he's just laying out there in the mist. Okay. And that easy, we've got a happy little mountain. Tell you what, let's put a little footy hill in there. I'm just going to take some white and go right into that same mountain color. I want to lighten it up a little bit. And I'm just taking the corner of the brush, there you can see it, and pulling it right through the color. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe the little foothill lives right there. Take the corner of the brush, touch, and just give it a downward pull. Just downward. See, you can just make all kinds of little things happen. You have to make some big decisions though. Where does your foothill live? Is there a lot of bumps, few bumps? There. Have to make those big decisions. All right, now then, with a clean brush, I want to create mist at the bottom of the foothill. So we'll just tap. We're just tapping the bottom, just the bottom. We don't want to touch his top edge at all, just the bottom. And very lightly lift upward. And you have a foothill. Now maybe in your world, maybe there's another layer of foothills. Same color, only a little darker. Use less white. See, now it stands out. As things get closer to you in a landscape, they should get darker, 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 darker. Now, while I have that color on the brush, watch right here. Maybe there's going to be some reflections in the water, and they live right about there. All we're doing is laying some color on the canvas. Then we'll take a clean brush, grab, and pull straight down. And go across. And that easy, we have instant reflections. A little bit of the liquid white, and we'll put it out here, and we'll pull it out very flat, and take the knife and cut across. Okay, let's go up here. Now we can go back in here and just cut in a little water line. Just a little water line. And act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Just really get in there and cut on it. You're not going to hurt this canvas. It's tough. Maybe there's a few little ripples here and there. But even these ripples and the water line, everything needs to be basically straight, or your water will run right out of your painting and get your floor wet. Then you're going to be upset with me. Okay, let's build some trees. I'm going to take a big bunch of the Midnight Black. We'll throw some Van Dyke Brown in it, some crimson. Shoot, we'll throw some blue in there too. What the heck? Looking for a color that looks black. But we want some blue in there so it has a blue base to it. All right. And this doesn't have to be mixed very much. Okay, let me clean the knife off here. And we'll grab a fan brush. We'll make them with a fan brush today. That's the easiest way. Okay, load the fan brush full of paint. Just really pull it through there, like so. Okay, look at all the paint that's in that brush. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now you have to make another big decision. Where does your trees live? I think there's going to be a tree right there. So just touch the canvas and give yourself sort of a little guideline, and then just the corner of the brush, and work back and forth, back and forth. And as you work down the tree, push harder, add more pressure to the brush. And the bristles, watch, see the bristles are bending downward. See? See, it's bending down like that. Okay? I think you can really see that good there. There we go. Now then, right on down, maybe to about there, wherever. And he's got a little friend right there. Just like so. And maybe there's another one right over here. We don't know. Just make a decision. Decide how many trees live in your world and drop them in. Just drop them in. Shoot, I tell you what, I think there's another tree in my world, and he lives over here. And I like trees once in a while in paintings that are crooked. Just like politicians. Got to be a crooked one there once in a while. There we go. Just let that one bend right on over. There. Okay. Now then, I tell you, let's take a little bit of the dark sienna, white, and we'll make a happy little tree trunk. Got that little roll of paint again. Let's go right up here. Just barely touch. Just touch. The canvas will pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. That's what my tax man says too. We're going to pull off what we want and give you back what's left. Of course, there isn't nothing left. There. Now we got little trunks in there. I'm going to find a 1-inch brush. I'll go right into a touch of the phthalo blue and into the midnight black. I'm going to reach over here and grab some white and just put it right in there. I'll make a very dark blue, very dark. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's some happy little bushes that live underneath these trees. Now we're putting the dark in here only so the light will show when we put it on. That's the only reason we're using this dark right here. Okay, a little bit of dark underneath. You know already that's going to end up being the reflection. You knew that. See, just pull it down and go across. Instant reflections. Now then, let's put some snow on those bushes. I'm going to dip right into the liquid white and go into the titanium white. Add a little touch of red to that, a little touch of the bright red. Let me say it again, little touch. Eat up your whole world in a second. That red is so bright. Pull this brush in one direction, load a lot of paint into it. See, it has a curve because you pulled it in one direction. Okay, let's go up here. Now with a rounded corner to the top, touch and just give it a little tiny push. Just enough to get the paint to stick. There we go. Touch. And do one bush at a time. Form your little bush. Remember, he's an individual. He has a personality all of his own. I'll put a little touch more of the liquid white on my brush. If your paint will not stick, add more of the liquid white. Remember our golden rule. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Now here I've reversed the brush and I'm tapping downward. I want to make some reflections in the water. That easy. Clean, dry brush. Now is when we find out if you have a delicate touch. Whisper light. Whisper. Just barely caress it and then go across. This is 3 hairs and some air. Now then, tell you what, let's do. We'll take some white. Let's put us a little snowbank right out here. All this needs a place to set so it doesn't fall over in the water and make a big splash. Okay, angles here are very important. Very important. A little bit of the liquid white, and we'll cut us in a little water line. This puts in a water line and also cleans up the edges. If you've got some little ragged edges down here, this is when you clean them all up and make them pretty. There we go. Okay. Now, with a clean point of the knife, I'm just going to scrape in a few little sticks and twigs, wherever you want them. Okay, now I have several fan brushes going. I'm going to take a little bit of the liquid white, a little phthalo blue, and I'm going to make a nice blue color here. You knew that, though, when I went in the phthalo blue. Okay, see there? Brush is loaded quite well. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's put a little bit of snow on these trees. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. The contrast here, the dark against the light, is what makes this painting so pretty. Don't overdo. Just enough to give the indication that there's a little snow laying on these evergreens. There. And as they go down, let them get darker, 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 darker. Not as much light's going to get down toward the bottom. It's going to be in shadow more. All right. I think we got a nice little thing happening over there. Let's go on the other side and play some now. Maybe there's a nice evergreen that lives over here. So once again, load that brush full of paint. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe this one, maybe he goes way up here. We don't know. There we go. See, and he just works right on down. Like there. Like there. Cover up that beautiful mountain that you made. Now this is a good way. You know, trees really cover a multitude of sins. If you have a place in your painting that's not so great, put a tree over it. That's an easy way to cover it up. I said that in class one time, and the lady says, well, I'm going to have nothing but a forest in my picture because I'm going to cover up the whole thing. There. Now then, back to my 1-inch brush and pick up some of that dark blue color. Pull it in one direction. And go back up here. And we'll put in some happy little bushes. Push upward, bend that brush. Don't let it slide, though. If it slides, you're going to get that, and that's bad. If that happens to you, just cover it up with a nice little bush. That easy, you can fix it. There we go. Okay. Now then, back to my 1-inch brush that has the white on it. A little bit of liquid white, a little titanium white, and the least little touch of bright red in it. Least little touch. Load that brush full of paint. Tell you what, let me hold it this way. Look at the end of it. Look at all the paint. Probably the biggest single mistake made is not putting enough paint into the brush. There, now push. Barely touch the canvas. It's a gentle, gentle little touch. See? Maybe right here, there's another happy little bush. One bush at a time. There we go. And work in layers. That's what helps create the illusion of depth. Okay, there's one. There's one. I tell you what, I want another tree. So you can change your mind. I'm going to have a tree that lives right here. There it is. I don't want this one big tree to get lonely. Trees are like all of us. They need friends. Now he has a friend. If I had a beautiful little place like this, I'd have to have a little cabin out there. So let's do that. And probably one of the easiest ways to paint a cabin is to take your knife and just scrape out the basic shape. This does two things. Probably most important, it removes the thin paint, the loose paint. But it also allows you to lay out your cabin without being committed. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown. Just do that. That's all we need to do. A little brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. And we'll put in the front. There we go. The other side. Zoop. See how quick you can build a little cabin? Over here. Zoop. Got to make those little noises or it don't work. Little dark sienna and white, and just barely touch, just like you're putting snow on the mountain. And that'll make it look old. Maybe we'll straighten that out a little bit. There, that's better. That's better. A little more of the Van Dyke brown. Put a little door in there. We'll go right around the edges. Sort of outline that door so it stands out. And you can just cut through this and make it look like little planks. Now we need some roof on there. The guy that lives there is going to freeze to death if we don't give him a roof. So come right down. and put some snow right on his roof. That easy. Now over here on this side, it's got to have some snow over there too. Look at that. Now, here's some snow out in front. We'll have a little path. And he walks right down this path and goes over here and fishes for that great big trout that lives out there. Okay, now we can take a little more of the liquid white, titanium white, touch of the bright red, and we can put some bushes around his little cabin. There they come. Look at there. Isn't that easy? You've got a little cabin, a little walkway. See? Happy little snow pitcher. It's nice and cold, but yet it's still warm. Now then, tell you what, let's have some fun. As I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we have contact paper up here. So let's take it off. Maybe we can come right down in here and watch. I'm going to grab this. Come right up here and watch. Watch what happens. Just pull that right off and look at there. There we go. Isn't that neat? Of course, we run our tree over here. So watch here. We'll go right back into the dark color. And let's just give this tree a shot of vitamins. See, we can come right back. I like to do these ovals and allow part of the painting to project out of the oval. Just like so. See, there's our tree. We gave him some vitamins and he grew right back. And he had a friend here, right? So we don't want him to be left out. And that easy. You can go right back in there and put his friend back in. And it's sort of like a vignette, but not exactly like it. It's a little different. And it creates a very nice mood. And if you're interested in that happy buck, these will certainly sell. People like these paintings. Now take a little of the dark sienna and white mixture, and we'll put a happy little tree trunk in here. Now, you might notice these edges are blue. That was a little sneaky, huh? I had painted the canvas blue in advance, and the liquid white is so opaque, if there's some blue in here, it'll go right over it. You don't have to worry about it. It'll cover it right up. And then when you pull your contact paper off, there it is all around the edges. And it really gives you a nice painting. But try it with other colors. And you can make all kinds of things happen on the edges here. And you can put different colors and you can fade paint in. I could get carried away. You could do so many things with this. So many things. I'm getting letters from people all over the country. And they just say all kinds of beautiful things are happening. Try it. You'll see what it can do. Look at there. Just this little bit of the phthalo blue and white. Just to put a little of that on there. Look at there. Not too much. Just sort of touch. There we go. Like that. See? And as it gets down here, darker, 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 darker. Okay. Now we can take the knife, and evergreens always have some old dead limbs. Just grab it and see, take the point of the knife, give it a little pull. See, make them little dead limbs hanging. Let's do a couple on the other side over here too. Don't want them left out. And I think we just about have a completed painting. So let's sign this one. Now just take my liner brush, dip it right into some liquid clear, and go right into the bright red. Now you want to make this color very thin, almost like water. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe I'll sign this one right here, like so. I hope you've enjoyed this painting. Give these ovals and different shapes a try. Use the contact paper. You won't believe the things you can make. Until next time, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, how you doing today? I'm certainly glad to see you. I thought today we'd do something that's a little bit different, so let me tell you what I've already done up here on the canvas. This is a black canvas. Now it's just covered with black gesso and allowed to dry. Then I've taken and covered the top half of this black canvas with liquid white. And down here we have layers. Oh, I've put some Prussian blue with some yellow ochre in it, some phthalo blue, and right down in here a little bit of brown. I thought we'd do a little seascape today. So just blues and a little brown here on the corner. Maybe have a little land showing right here. So let's have them graphically put all the colors on the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across in the same order that I have them on my palette. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. And I thought today we'd start off with a small amount of phthalo blue. Just a little bit, little tiny bit. Into the phthalo blue, I'm going to reach right down here and grab a touch of bright red and just add it. Maybe, there we go, a little bit more. So phthalo blue and bright red. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe we'll have a big cloud in the sky. So just using little crisscross strokes, just laying something about like so. See, I didn't overmix the color, so you have all kind of little things happening in there. Now, I'm going to have a big cloud. Maybe he lives right in there, so I'll just leave that space open for the time being. Sort of decide where your cloud's going to live, and you don't have to worry about him. Just leave that space open. Okay, now then we can just sort of blend that out and smooth it a little bit. That quick, you have a very effective little sky. Okay, now then, same old dirty brush. I'm going to go into midnight black and back into the bright red. So I have midnight black and bright red. Just mix it right on the brush. Okay, let's go right in here. Now let's put some shadows in this big cloud up here. Here we go. Just use the corner of the brush and just drop in some happy little shadows. Comes right down into there. Let it come right down to the dark. You don't care if it hits that dark and picks up a little of that color. Just the corner of the brush, little circles. Just little circles. There we go. Okay, I'll wash this brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. There's a screen in the bottom of the can that I scrub the brush against, shake off the excess. Then you redecorate your room in just a heartbeat. Now then, let's go into titanium white. Pull the brush through the paint. Get a lot of paint on the brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now this big fluffy cloud just lives right here, floats around the sky, has a good time right here. Big son of a gun. He's a healthy cloud. A big healthy cloud. We'll let him get smaller and smaller and smaller back through there. Okay, there we go. Don't kill all your dark. Leave some of that dark in there. All right. Now then, I have several brushes going, so I don't have to wash them all the time. So I'll take a clean brush, and I'm going to let's blend that a little bit. Just a little. Just sort of stir it up. Don't overdo. Just enough to sort of bring it together. Okay. Then very lightly, fluff it. Look at there. Look at there. And then just gently, gently blend it. And that brings it all together. That easy. Okay. Now then, sometimes when you're doing seascapes, you'll find it a little bit easier if you just take a brush and sort of sketch in a little tiny bit so you have an idea of where things are going to be. And I think when you first start seascapes, you'll find this really and truly helps you. So the only thing I'm really worried about here is having I want a big wave in this one. It comes over, poosh, crashes, and maybe it goes way over like that. So that'll be our guide. Well, you can tell why I paint. I've never mastered drawing. There we go. And that's really about all we need. Okay. Now we can take a fan brush with just titanium white and load that brush full of paint, a lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Start back here, and I'm just going to barely just let it graze the canvas. Now see, already it's picking up all those little colors. Just let it barely touch, barely graze. Just like so. Okay, and then maybe right along in here. Watch here, watch here. Uh-oh, look at all that. Now what you're interested in is the dark here, not the light. Now very lightly, we'll just pull that back. Just pull it back, pull it back. That easy. Okay, I'm going to add some more white to the brush and go right in here and do that. Just like so. Follow the contour of that big wave that you're going to have. Choom. And then once again. See there? Now all that'll begin making sense. This is one of the nicest, easiest little ways that I've ever seen, though, to create seascapes. Big, churning, splashing waves. All right. Now maybe back here in the distance somewhere there's some big headlands, big rocks. We'll take some crimson and some phthalo blue, and I'll reach over here and grab some white. We're looking for a lavender color, about like that, right there. Very good. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, you have to make a big decision. Where does this headland live? He lives right there. Well, he certainly does now. It's a big son of a gun. He's right over here in front of your cloud. All we're doing here is just applying color. Just all we're looking for is just the nice basic outside shape. We could care less what's going on inside here. Just the edges. Just take this old fan brush and get mean with it. Just really scrunch it in there. Don't know if that's a word or not, but certainly you know what I'm saying. Now then, you can take this brush and begin pulling that. Because this is wet, it'll move on there. There we go. See, and it gets lighter, lighter, lighter as it works down. Now then. Okay, now just by changing brush strokes here, you can create the illusion of all kinds of little things happening. So we don't want a lot of detail. This is too far away. Too far away. So just take the brush, create all kinds of little things. Like so, okay? Isn't that nice and easy? Told you you'd like that. Let's tell you what. We're going to use the same colors, only with less white in it. So we have alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Alizarin crimson, phthalo blue. Proportionately, well, that's hard to say. Proportionately, you need much more crimson than blue. Okay, I'm going to have another little headland, and he lives, yep, right there. Look at that. See how easy it is? You can just make layer after layer after layer, and it really helps create the illusion of distance in your seascape. All right. Now, once again, with a 2-inch brush, pull that down. Watch here. Let me show you something. Same color. You can come right back in here because there's a little misty area in there, and you can create another one. Now, the son of a gun that you can do all that easy. Now then, just with some brush strokes, let some little things happen in here. People will think you worked for months to do that, and don't tell them any different. Don't tell them any different. There we go. Soften that. Now then, we go back to our fan brush that has the white on it, and we can come right in here, see, and begin creating all kinds of beautiful little things. Just let all that happen. There. Okay. Now we want a big crashing wave here that's churning over and watch. See there? There it is. Look at that. That easy. That easy. Maybe up here it's, and don't make it just straight across. Water breaks and it churns and it has fun, and there's some violence going on in here. You're familiar with violence. That's what happens when you get home late. There. See, that easy. You created the basic wave shape, just like that. Now then, I'm going to take a bristle filbert. This is a number 6 bristle filbert. And I'll go right back into this lavender color. And let's start right in here. And we're going to have some nice churning, some splashing, crashing going on. And all we're doing here is just throwing in some shadows. Just throwing it, there it goes, look. Push that brush, really work that color in there. Okay, let me wash out that brush. Now the one thing that everybody likes in seascapes is that big transparent eye. The part right in here where the light shines through. We'll make that. I'm going to take some titanium white and the least little touch of cad yellow. Least little touch. Almost looks white still. Just fill the brush full. A lot of paint. See, a lot of paint in that brush. Okay, let's go up here. If your eye is going to be right here, then just scrub this in. Now you can do this several times to get the desired lightness. And it'll be a little bit right along the top, like that. You can wipe off that brush, clean it good. Really get it dry and go right back into that very, very light yellow color and add it in there again. You can do this over and over. Once again, till you get the lightness that you want in your painting. Okay, now then we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and I want to come right into this eye and soften very lightly, very lightly. See, you can bring all that together. Now we can begin creating the shape. Pull that. Pull it. This is where you begin forming your wave. Okay, maybe right along in here we'll add a little bit more light and begin letting it just sort of drift downward. A little bit right in there. Watch. Now we'll take this brush, grab it. See? These black canvases are fantastic for seascapes. Personally, I had rather do the seascapes on black canvas than I had do it on white because your black, your dark area is already there. Okay, now I'm going to take my liner brush and go right into this color. This was the titanium white with the least little touch of cad yellow. Okay, let's go back up here. And maybe there's a little light playing through here, and all we're going to do is just touch. Just touch and make little things happening, little glimmers. This is what makes it pretty. Just let that bounce right along the top, right along these waves. Look at there, see? And let it go back, right along in here. There it is. Pull it back a little bit. Now this is just that light color with paint thinner. Look at that. All kinds of things happening. Okay, and we'll have a few little things that sort of climb up these little swells in the back. See there? Now then we'll take a little phthalo blue and some white and paint thinner, just a very light blue color. And we'll go into some of the other areas here, see? And just do the same thing, put some of these little things in here. You can begin creating all kinds of happy little things. All right, here's some up in here. See? And just sort of let them drift off to nothing in the background. These are a lot of fun to do. And I think you'll find them quite simple. Quite simple. They work very well. Alrighty. Okay, let's take, and I'm going to go right up in here. We'll just use this little filbert brush. And we'll begin working on some little foam things that are climbing right up the edge here. See them? There we go. Okay. See, this is where you can create all kinds of nice little foam patterns. Just like so. All right. Okay. Now then, I'm going to clean off this brush. Wipe it good. I'm just wiping these brushes on a paper towel. So it's very simple. Now then, let's go into, this is white, titanium white, with the least little touch of the cad yellow. Least little touch. Can't say that enough times. All right, let's go back up here. And let's begin putting in some sparkle on this foam. The brush is sort of tilted to the side and pushed upward, so that bright area hits up here. See it? See? And when you begin running out of paint, turn the brush over. There's a whole nother side, and here it's crashing up. Oh, I ran out of paint. I got excited and ran out of paint. There we go. Look at that. It's splashing all up here against these rocks and carrying on. Wipe your brush off. Clean it. Try to keep that color as nice and pure as you can. Okay, right up in here, push it. Make little sounds. Think about being at the ocean. Look at that. Oh, churning, splashing. It's a lot of power in here. Tremendous amount of power. Okay, you wipe off the excess paint. Now come back in here with a brush that's quite dry and has no paint. It's a clean brush. And just begin blending these areas together using little circular strokes. Little circular strokes, tiny little circles. There you go. See there? Now then, let me clean a brush. You know, I must have cleaned 100,000 brushes, and it's still fun. Now with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to go right in here, and very gently, we're just going to mix this up. Just stir it a little bit. See there? Look at that. Brings all that together. Just right on around. Don't let this get too bright. The only part you want to be really bright is what's out in the sun. Okay, now we need something for that to be crashing against. Tell you what, let's go right into some Van Dyke brown here. Pull it out very flat, like so. Cut across it so you have that roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Now this is crashing right in here, so we need a big stone that lives. There it is. Look at that big old stone. He's living here. Waves are just about to beat him to death. There we go. This is nice. This is nice. This would be a good place to do some surf fishing. You can catch a big old fish that lives out there in the ocean. My mother would like it. She's quite a fisherman. She came to Alaska and spent some time with me and took her out and she caught a big salmon. Okay, this is a little dark sienna and Van Dyke brown. I want this to be quite dark still. And with this, we sort of form our rocks. Just see. There, but still quite dark. Quite dark. Yeah, we'll take a fan brush. I'm going to go into a little liquid white, a little titanium white, and then phthalo blue. I want this to be a little thinner than the paint that's already on the canvas. That's why I dipped it into the liquid white first. Okay, now let's go right up here. Now with this color, you can just quickly here put the indication of water just running right off this rock. Now if your paint doesn't want to stick, you can add a little paint thinner, a little more of the liquid white. Look at there. And at home, when you have a lot of time, you can sit and really put a lot of these in. I just want to show you how right now. You can just go crazy. All kinds of beautiful little things. Okay, let's go right in here and begin laying in all kinds of little doers. Coming right up to the rocks. Leave some of these dark areas showing. Make it look like little foam things happening. Don't just cover it all. This is phthalo blue, titanium white, and it's picking up that dark color that's already there. See, leave some of these dark areas and worry about shape. Create all kinds of little shapes. See, it's going right up the side there. See, leave little holes in it. Is that giving you the feeling of the ocean yet? Okay, and see how that makes it look like it's swirled? Don't keep beating it though. Hit it and get away from it. Hit it, get away from it. There. All kinds of little things. Now then, maybe in here we're going to have some sand and we want it to look wet. So take a little white and I'm going to just sort of pull this. Now we put color on the canvas already here. Now then, directly under here, pull straight down. A little color. Straight down like that. And then lightly come across. I want to add at least a little touch of dark sienna to that. Give it a little more dirt feeling, like that. See there? And pull it down and go across, just like we're making reflections on a lake. That easy. Now, I'll take the paint thinner and go right into my blue color, and maybe there's a little ripple that lives. Yep, right there. See? And pull back some little lines. These should be basically straight. There we go. And that'll give it, just make it look like water there. Go into a little bit of the lavender color, and right underneath this here, just make a little line, a little dark line. And that'll help make it look like it's sort of standing up a little. That little line is very important. There we go. Now then, still have that lavender color on my liner brush. I'll just put some little things in here. Now you can just put all kinds of little things that are happening, like so, wherever you want them. Okay, tell you what. There's a nice area over here. Let's put another happy stone. Use the Van Dyke brown again. Pull it out very flat. That little roll of paint, and maybe this stone. Yep, he lives right there. You knew that, didn't you? In your seascape, decide where you want stones to live. Put them wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. This is Van Dyke brown. A little bit of the dark sienna in it. Maybe it comes right on off the canvas there. There we go. Just let these things happen. Now I'm going to take a little yellow ochre, a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown. Mix them very loose. Cut off a little roll of paint. Okay? Now then, by loose I mean don't overmix them. See? See, that way you get all these beautiful things. They happen. They happen automatically. You don't have to worry about them. Shoot, spend your time that you're going to thinking about composition. It's nice when you don't have to think about how to load that knife, and you can spend all your thinking time just thinking about your composition. That's when you really experience the joy of painting. Now then, a little bit of water right around his foots here. Now I'm going to take a little more of that phthalo blue and white, and let's have a little bit of water, maybe just dripping right off this rock. Here comes some. Look at that. And you can really work on the shape of your rocks doing this. Make all kinds of beautiful little things. It just goes on and on and on. There. Now then, paint thinner. I want to go back in here and I want to begin adding just some little details. Look at that. See, all these things really, really help you painting. All these little details. Spend some time. You know, they yell and scream at me here if I go over 30 minutes. But at home, you can do anything. Anything. Well, almost anything. There. And down in here you can put all kinds of little These little details are what really make your seascape pretty. Little foamy patterns all over. Little things. You could put a little sandpiper or two in here. Look at that. There. I think that'll show you how to do a pretty nice little seascape. I think you'll like doing that one. Let's sign this one. I'll dip right into my liquid clear, use the liner brush, and we'll sign him right here. Sincerely hope you've enjoyed this seascape. If you can do this one, you can do a million. Spend some time, devote a little time to practice, and you too can experience the joy of painting. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm glad to see you again today. Today I thought we'd paint a little animated opening that you see at the beginning of each show. That's a fantastic little picture. Only takes a couple of minutes to paint it, but it takes a lot of super people a long time to animate it, so I hope you're enjoying it. Let's just start off and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. Now I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. It's all wet and slick and ready to have a painting put on it, so let's do that. We're going to take off today, we'll use the old 2-inch brush and go right into a little touch of yellow ochre. Just a small amount. Just tap it right into the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now, right up in the sky here, we're just going to put the smallest touch of yellow. Allow that to blend with the liquid white so it's very light in color. Now, it'll look light against all this white, but when we put the rest of the sky and everything in, then it'll look a lot brighter. Okay. Just something like so. Like that. Maybe even throw a little bit down in here where we know the water's going to be. Okay, let me clean the brush. And we clean our brush with odorless thinner. Really recommend you use odorless thinner. And just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now then, let's put some big clouds up here in the sky. Go right into the midnight black. Just tap the brush right into the black. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we're just going to start laying in some very basic little shapes. Just work the brush back and forth. Let it sort of just play down in here. Let all these little things just happen. And sort of let it come together. There we go. A little bit more maybe right in here. Now if you're not careful, you'll eat up all your yellow ochre in just a second. This black is many, many times stronger than the yellow ochre. So don't get too crazy. Just a little. Maybe a little right in here too. Okay, now we need to clean the old brush again. Clean the old brush. Shake it off. Just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now we're going to go right back into this and blend. We want to blend this so you can't tell where one color starts and the other color stops. Just very lightly blend it together. You know, for cleaning your brush at home, they make a little thing called a brush beater rack you can put in the bottom of a waste paper can and contain all this. I really don't recommend you start beating on the leg of the easel at home. There. Okay. Now then, while we have this brush, I'll go right back into a touch of that black. Just tap it right onto the brush. Just a touch. Okay, let's go back up here. And with that, we can just lay in what will eventually become our water. There, pull from the outside in. You don't want to kill that little bit of yellow you have there in the center. Pull from the outside in. Go to the other side and do the same thing. Like so. Okay, then very lightly can just go all the way across very lightly. Here you're just barely touching the canvas. Okay, now then, let's build us a fantastic little mountain. And we'll start right up in here with that. I'm gonna go right into Midnight Black. And to that, I'm gonna add a little bit of phthalo blue. Midnight Black, and phthalo blue. Pull it out as flat as you can get it, cut across, and get that little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we have to start making some decisions here. Here we're going to start laying in some basic mountain shapes. And you're really pushing that paint right into the fabric. See, just laying all those nice shapes. And the only thing that you're worried about is this nice edge up here. You can care less what's going on in here. No problem at all in there. We'll have another little bump right there and another one out here. Just however many you want. This is your mountain, so you create it any way that you want it. There we go. Now with the 2-inch brush, we'll grab that and just pull it out. As we've said before, if you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. So by pulling it out like this, it blends with the liquid white, and automatically that occurs. You don't have to work, you don't have to worry about it. It just happens. It just happens, and that's really what makes it fun. Okay. See, already that gives you the impression it's just sort of floating around in the sky. All right, we'll clean this brush one more time. Shake off the thinner. And we're ready. Now then, let's take titanium white. Pull it out very flat, just flat as you can get it. Get strong with it. Pull it out and cut across. There we have that little roll of paint again, okay? Now then, make some decisions here. Where's light striking your mountain? No pressure. No pressure. And we're going to do this mountain in stages. Several different stages. So we'll start out by just doing like so. Then we'll take some white, a little bit of black, a little bit of blue, and we'll make a shadow color. Like so. I want this to be quite dark. I'm going to add a little more black to it. There. Nice. All right. Then once again, we cut off that little roll of paint, and let's go right up in here and begin adding some happy little shadows. See, there they are. That easy. That easy. Knew you could do it. All right. Now then, as I say, we're gonna do this mountain in stages. So let's take this part that's done here, and with a clean, dry brush, gently tap it, and then lift upward. See, and soften that one. Okay. Now then, same basic thing again. We're going to take this one and bring it distinctly over. Now the reason I soften that one is because I want this to look like it's in front. See? And now it'll set in front and push everything back. Huh, sneaky, huh? It's one of those ways that you make it look like things are happening without actually doing anything. In painting, you create illusions. Just illusions. Maybe that comes right on around. Now this won't be an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of each show, but it'll show you how that particular painting was made. Can't ever do an exact duplicate. Okay, now once again, we'll take and we'll put in some happy little shadows here. Drop them in like that. All kinds of little things happening here. There we go. You know, I have so many fantastic friends all over the country, and they send me letters, which I really, really enjoy. And You know, we get paintings from people. We get pictures of paintings that they've done. People just like you and I that watch the shows and they pick up a brush and they make an almighty painting. And I thought maybe today I put a few of them on a board. And I'd sort of like to share those with you. Maybe we can get them to just sort of run across them and let you see some of the fantastic things that people are doing. Now, if you've sent me a painting and it's not up there, I apologize. We'll put it up there next time. Send your paintings in. Let me see what you're doing. It's super. And we'll try to put them on the show and share it with everybody. Isn't that beautiful? Can you believe it? People are watching TV and creating beautiful, beautiful paintings like that. And you can too. You can too. Grab your brush and give it a try. I think you'll be absolutely amazed at what happens. There. Now I'm just putting another layer of mountains in here and lifting upward. See, now this mountain looks like it's in front of that one. And we can carry that even a step further. Let's take this one here, let it come down, and let it come across. See, you can just make layer after layer. There's no end to this. Absolutely no end to it. There. I really do love to hear from you. If you have time, do drop me a line. I mentioned in one of the earlier shows, we travel all over the country and we do demonstrations for PBS stations and all kinds of charity groups all over. And if we're in your city, I'd love to see you. Come out and support your local station and spend some time with us and give me a chance to talk with you and meet you. And myself and my son Steve and some of our other certified teachers, we're always on the go. We're always doing demonstrations. And if you'd like to know when we're going to be in your area, just drop me a card with your name and address on it. And we'll put you on a mailing list and we'll let you know if we're going to be in your area. There. And you can just send it and carry the address. It's at the end of the station. They'll send it on to me. I mean, at the end of the show. There we go. All right, now we'll tap this one. The thing here is don't destroy this nice top line right up here. You don't want to destroy that little line. Leave it there. Tap below. Soften. Then gently, gently, gently lift upward. Gently. Isn't that easy? You've got several different ranges of mountains. Isn't that super? Okay. Now then, let's build us some little foothills in here. And for that, I'm going to take midnight black and I'm going to add some yellow ochre to it. Now that makes a very, very dark green. Probably still looks black when you set, but it's yellow ochre and midnight black. Very dark. Let me clean off my knife. There we go. And for that, I think let's grab a fan brush. We'll go into this dark green color. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, let's have a little rolling foothill here. And all we're going to do, take the brush and tap. See, use the roundness of the brush. There we go. And maybe we'll have one right there. And it goes right on out, wherever you want it, wherever. There. And all you're doing is just tapping the canvas. There. Isn't that easy? That makes a nice little footy hill. There we are. Now then, I want to create the illusion of a little bit of mist right here. So I'm just going to gently tap, just right on the base. Just tap it. That'll make it very soft and very misty. Now then, we can take the same old brush. I'll go back into some yellow ochre and then hit that black, like so. See, it makes a dark green color, but it's a little lighter than what we put up there initially. Now we can go back and highlight that just by barely touching. Now if you have trouble making this stick, add a little bit of paint thinner, a little liquid clear, either one. That'll make it stick. Okay, a little bit over here on this one. I want it to be very dark still, but have a green appearance. Now, we might even want to brighten that in a few places. Yeah, that's a little bit brighter. Maybe that'll show up a little better when you set there. Yeah. Okay. So you can just create all kinds of little things. So, and you can sneak in there and pick up a little bit of white just on the same brush so it lightens it. And it'll make it look like there's a little bit of light just playing through there and having fun, sparkling. There you go. Okay, let me wash that old brush. Fan brushes is not as much fun to wash because you don't get to beat it and bang it. Now then, let's go back into our black with a little yellow ochre in it. It's very dark. Just really load that brush full. Load it full. Okay. Now then, right down in here, we'll put another layer of little footy hills. And I know there's going to be some reflections here, so I'll just pull a little bit of that color right down. That's going to be my reflections later on. Now, see right in here, this little misty area that's left. That's the only thing you have to separate these two. So don't kill that little misty area. It's very, very important. Okay, let's put another one maybe right there. And in your world, in your painting, you put as many or as few of these as you want. I just want to show you how. And then you make the big decisions. There we go. There we go. Now then, we can go back into some yellow and some of that black and make us a nice green color. Load the fan brush full of paint. See, a lot of paint. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, I want to come in here and just put a little highlight on here. Don't kill all the dark. It's almost a natural tendency to get carried away and kill all the dark. The dark is so important. It's what gives you little foothills depth, distance, dimension. Otherwise, they're just flat. And you can pick up a little bit of titanium white and a little, look at there, a little bit of light, just play right across there. See, it really makes that sparkle. Looks like there's a little sunshine just bouncing all through that area. Okay, good. Told you you'd like that. Clean off the old brush. Okay, now with a 2-inch brush, let's create our reflections. Grab that and pull it straight down. It's most important that you pull straight down. If you pull it at an angle, it's not going to look right to you. Pull it straight down and then very lightly go across. And you have instant reflections. We'll take a little of the liquid white, put it on here and pull it out very flat and just take your knife and cut across. That's all you have to do, okay? Then we'll go right up here and we'll drop in some happy little water lines. Now keep these lines basically straight, even though you can go up and down with them. Keep the lines themselves basically straight. This is what keeps your water contained in your painting. See, and you can put a happy little ripple here and there. Those two need to be basically straight. All right. I think we had some evergreens that lived right in here. So let me mix up some color. We'll take some of the black and the yellow ochre into it again. Black and yellow ochre. So it makes a super, super dark green. And I'm going to put a little bit of it over here and add a little white to it. So I have the same color, but 2 different values. See, it's the same color, but one has a little white in it, okay? Now we'll start with the lightest one. And I'll load the fan brush full of color. Maybe a touch darker. There we go, like that. Let's go right up here. Now, little evergreen lives right here. Now we're going to use the corner of the brush and give it an upward push. So the little limbs go upward. You can make them going upward or downward, whichever. Okay. Okay, we'll put another one right there. There they are. When you use all the paint out of one corner of the brush, turn it over, use the other corner. That's the reason they put two sides on the brush. There. Okay, maybe, tell you what, yep, right here, we're gonna have a third little tree. Just like that. Isn't that a nice way to make little evergreens? Okay. Then I'm going into a touch of green with the same old dirty brush and just put the indication of a few little highlights here and there. Don't overdo, don't overdo. Just a little. These are too far away to have a lot of detail in them. Too far away. And I'll clean the old brush. Wipe off the thinner. And let's go into this dark, dark color we made. Dark, it looks black. Very dark, but it's a very dark green. Load that brush full. Let's go back up here. There's a big tree that lives right there. Ooh. Yeah, there he comes. See, as you go down, push harder and harder with the brush. Use more of the brush. When you first start, you use only the corner. But as you work down the tree, then you're using more and more of the brush. And there's nothing wrong with reloading the brush. If you run out of paint, go get some more. You want this one dark so it stands out. That's a big tree. Strong old tree. There it comes. There. I like to do these big evergreens. And maybe there's a little one. He's got a little friend. It is right there. There it is. And in your world, put as many or as few trees as you want. Okay, we can take a touch of the dark sienna. A little bit of white. Cut us off a little roll of paint. Let's go right up here. And with that, we'll just put the indication of a happy little tree trunk. There's one right there. Go right into some of this lighter green color. That's just yellow and the black. But I want to keep it quite dark. I don't want this to get too bright. Okay, let's go up here. And we'll put some highlights on this old big tree. Now this tree is closer to you. You'll see more highlights. So you can add a little bit more color to this one. A little bit more. And we'll put a little on this small tree. There we go. There we go. Now, same old dark color. We'll just fill this in. We'll put a happy little bush in there. And he comes right out. And we're going to have some reflection, so we can just start throwing in some color for some nice reflections. Van Dyke brown on the knife. Let's build, look at here, a happy little stone. Got to have a place for all this to sit. This is just Van Dyke brown. Decide where you want this dirt area to be and drop it in. And we'll go back to some of our dark sienna and white. And with that, let's lay in a few little highlights. See, just let this sort of bounce across there, just like you're laying snow on the mountain. That easy. And you can take the little edge of the knife and just pull some of this down, make it look like nice banks. Grab it, pull down, and go across, and instant reflections. Now then, we take a 1-inch brush. Let's go through some cad yellow and some sap green. Cad yellow and sap green, pretty colors. Load a lot of paint into the brush. Let's go, and maybe right here lives a happy little tree. There he is. Okay, another one right there. And just put as many or as few as you want. These things just grow wherever makes them happy. All right. A little bit of liquid white, and we'll cut us in a little water line underneath this. This is how you sort of clean up the bottom, bring everything together. Scratch in a few sticks and twigs. Now let's go over here on the other side. I'll just use the same old dark color. We'll use a round brush here. We'll put a big tree. He lives back in there somewhere. And without cleaning the brush, add a little bit of the lighter green color, just to make the indication of a couple little highlights. So a round brush does fantastic little background trees. Okay. Now we can take a fan brush with Van Dyke brown on it, and we'll put in a big tree that lives right there. Van Dyke brown, give him a little friend. And we need some nice little bushes around his foots. So you can bring all this together. Like so. Okay, that brown and white color with a knife. We'll put the indication of some highlights on this tree. Just some indications. All right. Now then, let's take some liquid black on a liner brush and put us the indication of some little limbs and however many. This is just liquid black. There. Now back to our 1-inch brush and some of the dark color. Let's put some leaves out here. Wherever. There's some more. Like that. Like that. And then we'll highlight these. There, this is just yellow with a little bit of sap green in it. And just drop these in. We'll put a little bit on these just to brighten them up. I think he had a little highlight on them. And down here, we had a little bit of stone, a little bit of ground. There we go. Drop some highlight on it. Okay, I think that about shows us how that painting was done. And I think we're about at a closing point for this week. Look forward to seeing you next time. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Welcome. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting that I think you'll really enjoy. So let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this project with me, and we'll go on up here and get started while they're doing that. Now, I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and slick and it's all ready to go. So let's do the same thing. Today I'm going to start with a small amount of the phthalo blue on the 2-inch brush and just tap it. See, really tap it firmly. We'll pick up a little bit of the midnight black and add it in there too. So we have phthalo blue and midnight black. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, using the little crisscross strokes, little X's, just like so. Just begin dropping in a happy little sky. And do these little X's, see? Little X's. There. That's just the way the teacher used to grade my paper in school. She'd just run across it and go ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. Just think about that when you're doing it. Little X's. Okay. And as it works down, it picks up the liquid white and automatically it gets lighter as it goes down. Lighter and lighter. There we go. And today I'm just going to throw in a quick little background because I want to spend some time playing in the foreground. Just want to have some fun. So we'll just blend out the brush strokes, and that quick, we have a happy little background. Now then, let's have just a little rolling hill back here. We'll just use the same old dirty brush. It's all right. Go right into the phthalo blue. reach over here and pick up a little bit of alizarin crimson and a little white. So we have blue, alizarin crimson, and white. And we're making sort of a lavender color. About like so. That's good. Let's go right up here. All right. Now, maybe there's a little hill and he lives, there he is. You can just use this brush. You can use a fan brush or a 1-inch brush. It doesn't matter. All we're doing is applying a little color here. This is just a little hill that's way back in the distance. And let it get lighter and lighter as it works downward. There we go. See there? And automatically mixing with that liquid white. That happens. You don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about it or planning it. Let it happen. Let it happen. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. You learn to use everything that happens. Okay, and that quick, we have a distant little hill. Now then, same old dirty brush. Go into a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, a little touch of dark sienna. Same old dirty brush, and I'm just tapping it. That's all there is to it, just tap it. And maybe back in here, maybe we'll have a little hill that runs like that. And now all I'm doing is putting in some dark color, so when I put a lighter color on top, it'll show. And that hill, he lives right there. Okay. Now then, same old dirty brush. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the yellow ochre, a little cad yellow, a little Indian yellow, just all the yellows, and I'm going to reach up here and grab a little sap green. So I have all the yellows and a little sap green, and just tap that brush into the color. Tap it firmly. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, just barely touch. See? Just touch. That's all there is to it. And this is where you begin creating the lay of the land. Make the little hill, this is a little rolling hill, and we just make him roll here. See there? Just tapping. Just tap. Isn't that super easy? And it's a lot of fun. Just keep adding a little more color. If you go back, let me show you here. Let me show you. If you get a little bit of brighter color, watch. See how you can divide this up? Because it's not just perfectly flat. If you want to make a little division in there, just make it a little touch brighter, and it makes it look like a little hill within a hill. Sounds like a good name for a song. Hill within a hill. Don't ask me to sing it, because you turn your TV off. There we go. Okay. And that gives us just a happy little hill. It's back in the distance. Same old dirty brush. Go right back into the browns. Load it full of paint. Load it full of paint. Now I haven't washed this brush since we started. Sky color, hills, everything. Okay, let's go right back in here. And maybe in here we're going to have another hill. And here, once again, all I'm doing is just applying some dark color to it. You could really put this on with a paint roller. Put it on the paint roller. Well, we could start a whole new thing. There we go. But each layer here, you want it to get darker and darker as it comes toward the front. As we've mentioned before, over and over, as things get closer to you in the landscape, they get darker in color. Okay. In fact, we can just paint the whole remainder of this canvas. Just like that. There we go. Okay. See, when you're using a big old 2-inch brush, it doesn't take but just a second. Just drop it right in. There. Okay. Now then, same old dirty brush. I'll go right back into my yellows, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, cad yellow, little sap green. Tap that brush. Tap it. Okay. Now then, maybe, see, here comes another little hill. You can change the lay of the land. just like that. Just touch it. Touch, 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 and let it wander right on out. Now, when you're doing this, if you have problems making your paint stick, add a small amount of the liquid clear or paint thinner. Very small amount. Very small amount. There we go. There we go. There. See? Just layer after layer after layer. As many or as few as you want in your world. Drop them in. Painting gives you freedom. Gives you freedom. Spent half my life in the military with somebody telling me what color socks to wear, what time to do. Oh, and this was my freedom. I'd go home in the evening and I'd paint, and there I could create any kind of world that I wanted. It was clean, it was crisp. Nobody had messed it up. The water wasn't polluted. Everybody was happy. And you can too. Just create a vision in your mind and drop it on canvas. Look at all the hills we got. Already, there's tremendous depth in this painting. Look at the plains. There's one, there's another, there's one, and there's one. And the more of these plains that you have in your painting, the more depth you will have. Okay. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun today. Let's put a happy little house right in here. Now, there's a lot of ways you can do it. Let me show you here. Probably one of the simplest ways. I'm just going to take a little paint so you can see it. You can just sort of scrape in a basic shape here. See, there's part of the roof. See, and then it comes down maybe like so. And the other side. And here. And then you need something there and there. You can do this just to sort of build yourself a little outline. And then you can start filling it in. And we'll take Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of the dark sienna in it, and we'll begin building us a house right here. Zoop, just like so. Really push this into the fabric. Push hard, very hard. I want this color to just grind right into the material. There. Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of dark sienna. There we go. There we go. Tell you what, maybe this old fellow that lives here is like me. He needs a little shed out here, so we can go ahead and lay that in right now. Zoop. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work. See? Right now we're just blocking in color. We could care less. We'll come back and separate all this. Yeah, I know. You're saying, Bob, you really done it this time. And you may be right. May be right. We'll see. Now, we'll put him a little roof up here. Okay, there we are. Doesn't that look just like a house? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Well, we'll work on it a little bit more and then see what we can do. Okay, I'm going to take some bright red, some Van Dyke Brown, a little dark sienna, a little touch of white in there just to brighten it up, son. Just to brighten it up. There we go. Now then, this time, let's use the little edge of the knife. See that little roll of paint? Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, go back here on this back, and let's start like that. And it doesn't matter where you go here, because you can just cut it off when you put the other building on there. Look at that. Looks like happy little shingles back here. That easy. This is an old, tired building. Now then, let's come right down in here. See? And we pick out this next eave. There it is. Comes right across there. You knew that. Now then. This is titanium white. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a little bit of black to that and make a nice gray color. Titanium white with a little midnight black. Oh, that's much nicer. Much nicer. There we go. There we go. Now, go back with a tiniest little bit of black. And let's put some lines in here like boards. All right. Then with a clean knife, we just grab it and pull down just a tiny bit so it picks up the least little touch. Look at there. Look at there. Makes all kinds of old looking effects. Okay. All kinds of old things. Now then, we'll take some more of the midnight black and titanium white, make us that gray color again. Pull it out. Let's go right up in here and pull this one down. Just pull him down, pull him down. Doesn't matter if a little bit of that brown mixes in, makes it look old. Makes it, see there? Look at there. All those pretty things happen. And I'm going to go right along this edge here and firm it up with just a little dark color, just so it's a little bit firmer. Back to my black. Then we can go right through here and put, see, just put these little rascals back in there. And don't get these too perfect. You want this to be an old house. This wood is weathered. It's really caught the devil out here. Now, barely touch. Just graze the canvas, caress the canvas. Barely touch. Give it these little pull downs. Let some, ooh, there's a nice one, see? You can sit there with your one-haired brush for a week trying to get those, and here it just sort of happens. Okay, now then, let's do the other side. I want a darker gray. Ooh, there's a nice gray for this side of the building. So maybe, tell you what, maybe even a little darker yet. I want it distinctly different. Much darker, yes. This one's in shadow. You don't see as much. Don't see as much. But we can still see that there's little boards running up through there like that. Same thing. Grab them, give them a little pull, make them look old. That building looks as old as me, and that's old. All right, now then, maybe we'll take some black. Let's come right up in here and put a happy little window. Need a way to see out. Maybe the door is on the other side of this house, but have to have a window over here so you can see what's happening. And we'll take a little bit of light color. This is very light gray. And just go around, sort of clean up the edges. And it just cleans up the edges. Makes your little window look good. Now, maybe, look at there. Maybe like so. I know, next you want curtains in there. And that easy. We got a nice little window. Now then, got to finish up the roof on this side over here. So let's go right up in here, and we'll take the small edge of the knife again and just pop in some little roof indications, little shingles. See, do it just like you really lay shingles. You do the bottom one first and then work upward so they overlap. That keeps Mr. Rain from slipping up under 'em. If you start at the top and work down, you'd be in bad trouble. And you paint them the same way. Of course, this is a lot faster than putting shingles on a roof. My father was a carpenter. You know, when I was young, he gave me a little taste of this. My job was carrying all this up on the roof. Boy, they were heavy. Son of a gun, worked me to death. I decided I want to be a painter. There, now we got a lot of shingles on there. I'm going to take a little bit of the white. Now then, let's come right along in here. And I'm just going to put a little white on here, just to make that stand out so you really just pops out at you. Okay, back to my brush that has all the grass color on it. We got a happy little building. And we can come up in here and begin tapping in some grass right down here at the base. and that'll clean it all up, make it look good. I want to clean up his little foots, just like so. There we go. A few right in there. Once again, if you have problems making your paint stick, add a little bit of paint thinner, just a touch. Sure doesn't take much. Nothing's worse than watching your painting just drip right off the canvas. So don't use too much. Maybe there's a little touch back in there. We don't care too much. All right, we got a happy little house out here. See, you can just cover up whatever you don't want. Now then, house looks like it's sitting out there. Boy, it's a dull place to live, isn't it? Let's put a tree in there. We need some trees in there. Trees, oh, trees are super. I'm gonna dip right into the liquid clear and go into Midnight Black. Now I dipped into that liquid clear to make this paint thinner, so it'll slide on the canvas, it'll move. A lot of paint in the brush. Okay, let's go up here. You have to make a big decision. Where does the tree live in your world? Look around and decide, there he is. There he is. Maybe he's got a little crook right there in the bottom. Just make up little stories. Give these trees names and stuff. Make them your friends. Make them your friends. Talk to them. It doesn't matter if people think you're crazy, you know. Painters are noted for being a little weird anyway. We can get away with things like that. If I acted normal, nobody would know me. There. Tell you what, let's put some arms on this tree, maybe. There we go. Comes right out. Zoom. Another little arm, maybe. Like so. Make him a little fatter right there. Can I tell you, let's go over on the other side. I'll make that trunk a little bigger. Maybe there's a big tree and he lives right here in front of the house. And in the summertime when it's hot, this tree provides some shade. Keeps you nice and cool in there. And here comes a little arm right through the roof. And maybe there's another one there, wherever. Still want to make this one a little bit stronger on the bottom. There. See, with this liquid clear in the brush, thinning the paint, it slides right over the top. Now then, there we go. Now, I'm going to take my liner brush, still using the liquid clear. I'm going to thin this until it's just about like water. Pull that brush, turn it, brings it to a sharp point. Okay, now let's go up here and begin laying in all kinds of little limbs and stuff like that. Just all these little branches coming off here. See? Just however many you want. You have to make a big decision here. How many live in your world? Okay, there we go. Now I'm just going to drop these in real fast. When you're at home and you have all kinds of time, take your time and really put some beautiful little limbs in here. See, now this one comes across in the front of the tree. Don't have them all just coming off the sides. If you do, it'll look just like somebody took a big razor blade and cut your tree in two. And all you have is the two sides. Limbs come across the trunk. And they go every which way, whatever makes them happy. There. See? And just pop all these little rascals in there. Just wherever you think. Wherever. And there's some back on that little tree. There they are. There's one. Now you could spend all day just putting all kinds of beautiful little limbs on your tree. But I think I'll put some leaves on here. So no use spending a lot of time and then just covering them up. Let's go over here and put some on this other old tree here. Just slide a few on there. This paint just slips right over the canvas. Little liquid clear, a little paint thinner, either one. Just something to thin the paint down, and then it'll flow. If you tried to put thick paint on, oh, you'd be angry with me. There. Look at all those little, I get carried away sometime and just keep on and on with these. There we go. I forgot this one here. Shoot. He would have been very upset if he didn't have a limb too. So we'll give him a couple. Nothing like a mad tree. I had one chase me all over the yard one time. There. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's get us an old brush. We'll go right into dark sienna, some Van Dyke brown. Just tap a lot of color in here. Now then, let's go right up in here, and I'm just going to tap on some little indications of some nice leaves. And maybe sometimes you can paint a scene like this and leave the leaves off. Maybe they already fell off. Maybe it's fall. That's up to you. That's up to you. Okay, let's go over here and tap in a few here. Like that. Give this old tree some. Don't want him left out back here. Just however many you want. And this one. Isn't that a super nice way to create beautiful, beautiful little leaves on your tree? While I got that dark color on here, I want to put the indication of a little shadow coming right out through here. We'll clean that up in a little while. Without cleaning the brush, I'm going right into some yellow ochre. Let's go right up here and highlight some of these. Just let a little light play through there. Looking at your little cabin there, it tells you the light's coming from the left. So left side should be a little brighter than the right side. And on this little tree, don't want him left out. There we go. All these little happy things. There. See, and work in little clumps. Don't just throw them on at random. Sort of look at it. Get a feel for it. Take pictures of trees. Go out, sit in the woods, look at trees, talk to them, make friends with them. There we go. That gives us some little leaves. Okay. Now then, clean brush here. Let's just work that shadow right in. This nice big shadow under this tree. There we go. Same thing over here. We'll pick up a little of that gray color. A little more of the white. Just put a little touch of white in there. Now, let's have some fun. Maybe there's a fence right there. I like to do an old happy fence. Comes right across like that. And we're going to have shadows. There's another post. As these posts get closer to you, allow them to get bigger and farther apart. There's another one. See? And that'll help create the illusion of distance. Now then, we'll take a little brown and a little white. Throw in a little highlight. That easy. A little bit of shadow. We want that shadow on there. Okay, pull that shadow out that way. See? And then go across. Then go across. We'll put a little, look at that. And we'll leave this one open. So that'll be the gate. And I think that'll show you how to make a super, super little painting. And that just about finishes this one up. So I think we'll call that one done from all of us here. Happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm glad to see you today. You ready to do another fantastic oil painting with me? Well, let's go and get started here. Tell you what, let's have them graphically put all the colors on the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and slick, and it's all ready to go. So let's get started. Thought today let's do just a happy little painting that has a big mountain in it and shoot maybe a little water and all those beautiful things. Let's do it. I'm going to take off today with a 2-inch brush, go into a small amount of the yellow ochre, just a little bit, tap it into the bristles. Let's go right up here. Now then, maybe right in here, using the little crisscross strokes, we'll lay in a small amount of the yellow ochre. A very, very small amount. Don't get carried away with it. Just a little bit. Okay, now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to touch the least little amount of alizarin crimson. Just a very small amount. Okay, and back up here, and here and there, I just want to blend in a little touch of that, just to give it a little bit of warmth. Nice and warm, and very soft. There we go. Okay, I don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is put the least little bit of warm color into it. And maybe we'll throw a little bit of that color right down in this area. We know that's going to be water, so we can just go ahead and throw it in. Okay, let me clean the old brush, scrub it off, shake off the excess, then and just beat the devil out of it. That is really fun. You'll like it. You'll like it. Let's start. Same old brush, and we'll go right into the midnight black. Load some color onto the brush. All right, let's go right back up in here. We'll just take a little of that black color, and I'll just sort of, still using little crisscross strokes, just begin making some happy little things in the sky here. There we go. And just make all kinds of little patterns and shapes, and just throw them in. Throw them in. Just let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. This piece of canvas is your world, so you can do anything that you want here. Anything. There we go. While we got that going, I'm going to take a little bit more of the black and put the least little touch of phthalo blue into it. So we have black and blue. Black and blue. That's the way I look after arguing with my wife. There. Okay, we have the bristles all loaded up and ready to go. Now, pull from the outside in. And put a little bit of water right in here. Now, don't want to cover up all that nice light area in the center. We want to have a little light shining right through this area when we're finished. So don't cover all that up. Pull it from the outside in. There. Okay, now then, let's wash the brush. Got that really beat off there. Now then, back into this light area, and let's just blend the sky out. Let all these little colors just blend together. So you can't tell where one stops and the next one starts. There we go. You know, one of the questions that I get asked quite frequently is, what kind of canvas do I use? I'd recommend you have a canvas that's double primed, 2 coats of primer on it. That way your liquid white will stay wet for an extended period of time. We very rarely ever use the canvas boards because they'll absorb your liquid white, and pretty soon you're working on a dry surface. And the other thing is, I use a canvas that has a gray primer on it. That way you can tell exactly where your liquid white is, and you don't have to wonder if an area is covered or not. Okay, let's build us a happy little mountain in here. I'm going to use the midnight black and the phthalo blue. Black and blue. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and get that little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now you have to make a big decision. Where does your big mountain live? Maybe right in here. Shoot, wherever you want him. Just drop him in and make all kinds of little things. The only thing you're worried about is this nice outside edge. You could care less what's happening inside. Just that nice outside edge. All right. And sort of look around. If there's mountains in your area, then that's the kind of shapes that you're probably most familiar with and you ought to put in your painting. If there are no mountains in your area, you can leave the mountains out of these paintings. It's no problem. We just want to show you how to do it. What you do is up to you. Because when you paint, as you know, very rapidly, how to paint becomes easy. That's the easiest part of it. What to paint, that's what's hard. And we get a lot of questions about where do you get all the ideas for your paintings? Believe it or not, a large percentage of the ideas we get are from photographs that people send us or ideas. So if you have something you'd like to see painted on one of the shows, drop me a line and you may see it right here. I'm taking a little bit of the midnight black, titanium white, making a gray color, cut off a little roll of paint. Now then, with that gray color, let's just put some happy little highlights on here. Just grab it, no pressure. No pressure. Just sort of let it bounce and play and have fun. Let the paint break. But no pressure. Most gentle touch imaginable. So let it sort of float across there. No pressure at all. There we go. Tell you what, let's have some fun in this old mountain. We'll take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. A little bit of titanium white. So we have blue, crimson, little white, and sort of make a little lavender color. There we go. Don't overmix it. Leave it all marbly like that. Okay, let's take a small edge of the knife and cut off a little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe over in here, we're just going to begin touching and pulling down. This will be the shadow side. Let these little colors just happen. There, look at all the little things. That's what makes it pretty. And, you know, on this piece of canvas, you can have any color combination that you want. Any color. This is your world, and you can make it any way you want it. Painting, to me, represents freedom. I can create the kind of world that I want to see and that I want to be part of. And you can too. Now then, I want to play some more here. I'm going to go right into the dark sienna. Put a little tiny bit of white with some. Cut off that little roll of paint again. Just a tiny little bit on the small edge of the knife. And then right back up in here and just barely touch. Just graze it here and there. This is a time you could use a small knife. It would work very good for this. There. Just wherever you think a little bit of color should show. And you can make it a little brighter in places. Take some of the mountain color and go back. And you can drop in some dark shadow areas. See how you can play with that mountain? Just let some of these colors just work back and forth. Then bring them all together. A lot of fun. And back to our highlight color. Let it sort of overlap here and there. Okay, now with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I want to begin misting this. Just tap it. Follow the angles in your mountain. And you're just barely tapping. Over here, follow these angles. I want to create the illusion of mist at the base of these. Now, lift upward. Very softly, very softly. Barely caressing the canvas. There we go. See, just barely touching it. and you can soften and bring all that together. This looks like reminds me of a mountain maybe in Arizona, New Mexico, somewhere like that. Beautiful scenery there. And we have so many fantastic friends in that area. Now then, you can begin creating all different planes in your mountain. Just all kinds of beautiful little things. Maybe there's a little dark right there. And just place some of these colors right through there. It's fun to do all these little things. Make you happy. Your friends will never believe that you did that. You'll never believe what you could do till you get in there and try it. One of the earlier shows, we showed you some of the paintings that people are doing all over the country. And it's almost unbelievable the success that people are enjoying. We now have, we have now nearly 120 shows. So, out of 120, you can certainly find one that paints an area in where you live. There, look at that. Now then, I'm just going to tap right into a little bit of my lavender color, a little black, a little brown, I'm just mixing up all the mountain colors on the brush. Do it on the brush. Now then, let's go right up in here, and maybe there's some happy little things that just come right down this mountain. Follow the angles in the mountain, though. That's very important. Very important. There we go. And there they come, and come right down this side. There. See, just tap some little things in there. And that helps create the illusion of distance and depth in your painting. Now, very lightly, short, tiny little strokes lift upward. Tiniest little strokes, 1/4 of an inch type. Teeny tiny little strokes. There. See there? Okay, now then with a clean brush, I want to create the illusion of more mist in here. So take a clean brush and begin just tapping that. That way it'll mix with the liquid white and it'll get softer and softer. Mistier and mistier. That easy. Okay. See how quiet and far back that looks? Gives you a strong, almighty mountain. Okay. I think we got a nice little mountain back here. So I'm going back to my old dirty brush here. We'll go into some brown. I'm going to pick up some sap green, a little bit of that mountain color, just all the dark colors with some sap green added. Same old mountain colors. The black and the browns. Okay, let's go right in here. And maybe we'll have a happy little foothill. Yep, lives right there. See, just take the corner of the brush and pull straight down. Straight down. Just tap it, pull downward. All you're worried about is the nice top edge. There. Okay, now, we know this is going to be water, so underneath here, I'm going to put what will end up being reflections. Just drop them in. Boy, when I was a traditional painter, these reflections were little son of a guns, used to drive me crazy. But on a wet canvas, reflections are one of the easiest, most fun things that you can do. Now with a clean brush, grab it, pull straight down. It's important that this comes straight down. Straight down. And very lightly go across. You don't want to destroy all these little lines in here. All you want to do is just move them a little bit so it looks like water. Happy little water things happening all back in there. Okay, now then, I'll take a 1-inch brush, go into some black, some sap green. There we go. Just pull it in one direction through there. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's all kind of little bushes that live right along the edge of the water here. See, just drop in some basic little shapes to help give the illusion of distance. Let them get smaller as they go back over this way. That will help Make it look like they go farther and farther away. And if you happen to hit in the wrong place, maybe down here, for example, all you do is take your brush, pull it down. See there? And that easy, you can create a reflection. You have to remember, we don't make mistakes. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Okay, I'm going to go into some yellow with a 1-inch brush and some sap green. Yellow and sap green. Also try making greens out of the midnight black and yellow. Beautiful color. One direction. Load a lot of paint. Okay, let's go back up there. Now then, I want to come right in here. See here? And just begin putting some little bushes and some little trees that are way back in here. All kinds of happy little things. There's one that's a little more green in it. You can turn the brush over and reflect a little bit of that right into the water. Look at there. That easy. Can add some yellow ochre, Indian yellow. All these little things. There. See? Turn it over. Tap a little bit right into there. That easy. That easy. Grab it. Pull down. Straight down. It's most important is come straight down. Now this is 2 hairs and some air. And then go across. See there? Instant reflections. There we go. Okay. Take the knife and put a little bit of liquid white right out here. And cut across it like that. Go right up in here. And we'll just literally cut in some nice water lines right through there. There we go. Keep those lines basically straight. Basically straight. And you can put as many little ripples on your water as you want. Sort of up to you. Okay. Now then, I'd like to have some big old strong evergreens in here. I like evergreen trees. They're a lot of fun to paint. So we'll take some black, sap green, throw in some blue, looking for a color that looks black. And we might as well mix up a pretty good amount here. Throw in the browns, whatever you have laying around. Okay, let me clean the knife off. Maybe today, tell you what, let's use an old 2-inch brush and load it full of paint. You need enough paint in the bristles so that the bristles stick together. Wiggle the brush, wiggle it, and then sharpen it. So it becomes very sharp, see there? Look how sharp it is. That's a chisel edge. That's what we're looking for. Pull it, get it very sharp. Maybe there is now. There is a happy little evergreen, and he lives right there. Don't be afraid of this brush because it looks big. It'll do unbelievable things for you. Make it your friend. Your brushes need to be your friend. Learn what they will do. Devote some time to practicing. If there's a secret to this or any style of painting, whether it be portraits or florals, landscape, it makes no difference. If there's a secret, it's practice. It's practice. I always liked the story about the great violin player, and he played a concert, and afterwards a lady came up to him and she says, "Oh my gosh," she says, "you're so fantastic." She says, I would give half my life to be able to play like you do." And he looked at her and he said, "I did." So that's all. It's just practice. You can be the best. All you have to do is practice. Devote some time to it. Well, I get to talk in here and trees just appear everywhere. If I talked for a couple more minutes, we'd have a whole canvas full of trees. Tell you what, let's put an almighty tree right there. Big, strong son of a gun. He got a lot of sunlight. There we go. Just drop him in. Isn't that a super way to make some fantastic little evergreens? Or big evergreens in this case. Let him come right on down. Right on down. There we go. See? And another one. There. When you're creating your own world, you have to make big decisions. what lives in your world. Let's have some happy little bushes here. I'll go back on this side. We'll just push in. There he is. There he is. Just a little bush. There we go. All right, maybe. See, all of this, as you probably know already, is going to end up being reflections. That easy. Let's go back to the other side. No, I'm just getting crazy here. Maybe there's a happy little tree, and he lives right here. And let's just bring this right on out. There, like that. That's good. That's good. There. And this, you really push it in there. Try not to let the brush slide like that. See the difference? Practice bending the brush. Just bend it. There. And your bushes will be much happier. And if your bushes are happy, you'll be happy. And I sincerely want you to be happy with what you're doing, because that's when it becomes fun. That's what makes it fun. We'll take the dark sienna, a little white, get us a little roll of paint, okay? And we'll put some trunks in these little happy trees back here, just some indications. You're not going to see the entire trunk, so don't worry about it. Scratch in a few things. See there? Well, you can just put all kinds of little doers in there. There we go. Scratch in some trunk ideas and some down in here. We can do the same thing on the other side. There we go. Just some little indications. Same thing. Now these things, most of them will be covered up, but some of them will show through, and people think you spent a week with your little one-haired brush in there. Don't tell them any different. Don't tell them any different. Just enjoy. Okay, now then, I'll go to the 1-inch brush. Use sap green and a little bit of cad yellow. Pull that brush to a nice sharp chiseled edge. Very sharp. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, let's put some nice highlights on some of these trees. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. It's real easy to kill all the dark. It starts working, and you get carried away, and next thing you know, you covered up the whole tree. Don't kill it all. See there? Just sort of work it back and forth where you think light would strike. Okay, let's go on the other side over here and put some highlights on these old big trees. Let a little sun play through there and sparkle those limbs. You can do it. Okay, this comes right on down. We don't know, wherever you want it to go. A little bit on this, like so. Now then, I'm going to take some more of my yellows, and I'm using 3 different yellows here. Indian yellow, yellow ochre, and a little cad yellow. Pull that brush in one direction. Get it full of paint. Come right up here. Look at there. There it is. Let that just shine out there. There we go. All these little things. Tell you what I'm going to do. We know this is going to be reflection, so let's pull that down. Pull it straight down. And then we can turn right around and reflect some of this into the water. Right into the water. And just put all these happy little things here. And do layers. Layer after layer after layer. And also layer it right into the reflections. Then we'll see if you have a delicate touch. Barely touch. Barely touch. Down and across. Okay, then we'll go into some Van Dyke brown, and we're just touching here, and we'll put in some nice little land areas, little rocks and stones. And we can take some of that gray color we used on the mountains and just barely touch, let it sort of bounce. Just let it bounce along there. Create the illusion of some highlights. And tap in a few little things just to break up that straight edge. Little liquid white. Put us in a little water line right here. So that cleans up the bottom, brings it all together. Scratch in a few more little sticks and twigs. And we got it. That easy. Maybe over here, we said there was a nice tree, it lives here. There it is, just like so. And you pick up a touch of the bright red. Let's put something in there that, oh, there's a nice little orange rascal. See? If you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little bit of paint thinner or a little bit of the liquid white. There we go. And work in layers. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it's important. If you don't work in layers, it's going to look flat. I tell you what I want to do here. We'll have a happy little path. So we'll just take Van Dyke Brown. Look at that. Look at that. Just Van Dyke Brown. A little bit of dark sienna in it. Won't hurt. Sort of nice. Pull it across. And we can take some brown and some white and go back and just barely touch. It's just like making snow break on the mountain. See there? And that easy, we have a happy little path. Drop in all these little things around his foots. There we go. Now we'll push that path right back into, look at there. Now you don't know where the path goes. Isn't that super? He just sort of disappears back here. You'd wander around, go up his path to catch that big old fish that lives in there. Just like that. Okay. Well, now, scratch in a few more sticks and twigs wherever you think they ought to live. And I think we'll sign this one and call it finished. I'll dip my brush right into a little bit of the liquid clear, go through some bright red, and just sign it right here. The old clock on the wall is telling me it's time to leave you for this week, so I certainly hope you've enjoyed this painting. Until next time, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Glad to see you this time. Tell you what, let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting, and we'll go on up here and get started. Now I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, and it's all covered with a liquid white and slick, and it's all ready to go. So let's do the same thing. Today I think I'll start out with a little touch of phthalo blue, and we'll just work it into a 2-inch brush. And to that, I'm going to add some midnight black. So we have phthalo blue and midnight black. Tap it into the bristles. You're looking for a nice, even distribution of color. There you can see it all the way through the bristles. By tapping, that'll help assure that happens. Let's go right up here. Let's have some big, fluffy clouds in this painting, and I like to make clouds, so that's a lot of fun. Go right up here and begin making little crisscross strokes. Just sort of bounce them around, let them play. Just like so. Little X's. Little X's. Maybe right in here. I'm just going to sort of leave some areas open. And in those open areas, we'll go back and we'll just sort of slip in some clouds. So just sort of think about maybe where you want your clouds to be, and leave that area open. Maybe we'll have another little cloud that lives right in there somewhere. All right. Just some happy little things like that. And I want this guy maybe to be a touch darker than normal, because I want the clouds in this particular painting to be very bright and really stand out. So the way to do that is to make your sky a little darker than normal. A little touch darker. Now we don't want to turn it into midnight, but a little darker. Okay. Now there's several ways to make happy little clouds. Now we could just go back in here with white paint and draw in some beautiful fluffy little clouds, but maybe today I'll play a little bit. I'll go into some of the midnight black, and I'm going to reach right down here, get some bright red, and go into the black with it. So I have bright red and midnight black. Just mix them right on the brush. Just tap it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, this is where you have to start making some decisions. Where does your little clouds live, or big clouds we're going to have? Use just the corner of the brush in tight little circular patterns, little circular strokes, and just lay in where you think the shadows will be. And by putting these dark shadows in here, it'll once again make your light colors just really jump out and sparkle. You need dark in order to show light. Painting is nothing but games of dark against light, light against dark. Back and forth. And we'll put a few little things right in here. Just like so. Okay, let me wash the brush. And once again, we use odorless thinner to wash our brushes. Shake that off. And just take out all your frustrations like that. You can just beat the devil out of it. Now then, I want to use a 1-inch brush and go right into titanium white. And I'll reach down here and grab a little touch of the bright red and mix it right in. Pull this brush in one direction, load a lot of paint into it. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, using little circles again, begin laying in some basic cloud shapes. Now you really need to sort of look at your shapes here. Don't just throw a bunch of white paint on the canvas and hit it with a brush and expect clouds to appear. You have to sort of plan these clouds. Sort of look at what you have and think about the shapes that you want. And remember that clouds maybe are one of the freest things in nature. They just float around the sky and have a good time. There. Just in tight little circles, lay in the basic shapes. Very, very basic. There we go. And now if you pick up too much of the undercolor, clean your brush. There's no rule that says you can't clean your brush several times. The only rule that we have is that there is no rules. You do whatever works for you. We just want to show you how to make some of these effects work. The way you make them work is up to you. If you've watched some of the other shows, we've shown you some of the fantastic paintings that people all over the country are doing. And they take the basic idea and adapt it to their situation or their area. And, oh, it's unreal. It's unreal. Some of the beautiful, beautiful paintings people are doing. And we get letters all the time from people that say, never painted before in my entire life till I started watching your show and you made it easy. And that makes all this worthwhile. Because it does work. I have one friend who is 90-something years old, and she just started painting, and she tells me she started a whole new career. She just had her first one-man art show, or one-lady art show, I guess you'd call it. But I think she's 94 now. Isn't that a beautiful age to start a second career? Now I'm beating the brush on the ladder here just to take out the excess paint so I don't have to go through and rewash the brush. Well, we're making some big, fantastic clouds today. Okay, now then, with a clean, dry brush, we want to fluff these clouds. So grab them and just lift upward in big circular strokes. Don't lift straight up or it'll look just like it's raining up. That'll sort of bother you when the painting's done. There we go. Big, fluffy clouds. Boy, maybe there's a storm on the way. Then with a clean, dry brush, very gently, just blend the entire sky. All you're doing here is caressing the canvas. Just graze it. Just enough to take out the brush strokes. Okay. Now we can have some fun. Let me wash off this brush. Give it a good shake. I just like to beat the brush. It's a lot of fun. Now, when you're doing this at home, I really recommend you don't do this in your living room. You start beating that brush, you're going to redecorate your whole house in just a matter of a minute or two. Probably one of the best little things going is what's made to go in a garbage can is called a brush beater rack. And pick you up one of those, put it in the bottom of a garbage can, and it will not only save your house, it'll probably save your marriage. There we go. I'm mixing up a little bit of the midnight black with yellow ochre. Midnight black and yellow ochre. Maybe we'll add a little bit more blue to that. I want a little bluish hue in there. There we go. A little darker than I want, so I'll put some white with it. Okay, we're getting a nice little color there. All right, let's go right up in here. Let's put some happy little hills back here. And all I'm going to do is take the fan brush and just tap. Just tap with it. And use the roundness of the fan brush to your advantage. That makes those nice little hilltops. I'm tapping and sort of pulling downward just a little bit. Let's see all those nice little hills. There we go. Just let them float right on off, maybe to about there. And then we can begin putting some shape in this way. Now this is a super way to make the beautiful, beautiful hills that you have, like in the Carolinas and all down in that area. Gosh, there's a pretty country in there. Beautiful country. We did some classes in there and spent some time. And not only are there some of the most fantastic people in the country in that area, but the scenery, the scenery is unreal. We spent about a week in, where was it, Asheville, somewhere around Asheville. Some of the most beautiful country, and beautiful people. Now then, you can lift gently upward here and there, and it'll make it look like little trees way back in the distance. Tiny little strokes, tiniest little strokes. Barely caressing the canvas. Now then, I want to create the illusion of mist down here at the base of this. So with my 2-inch brush, I'm striking quite hard with the top part of the brush. Really get in there and take out all your frustrations. But just the base, I just want to cause a misty area here. I don't want to ruin these. Just let it fade right into the liquid white and right into nothing. So that it just literally just disappears like so. And then very lightly, give it little upward lifts here and there. Okay. Now, maybe, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's put another layer of footy hills in there. Add a little more of the yellow ochre to that. And load that fan brush full. Just load it full. Okay, let's go right back up here. Maybe this little foothill, maybe he starts right here and comes right on down here. Now you could do this with a 1 or 2-inch brush. Today I just felt like doing it with a fan brush. The principles are exactly the same no matter what brush you use. There. See, all those happy little things. Okay. Now, once again, I'm just going to very gently lift it upward a little bit. Create that little fuzzy look, like little trees way back in the distance. There. Okay, now back to my 2-inch brush that's clean and dry. And once again, I want that misty effect in there. That's very, very important that we have that mist. That's the only thing that you have to separate all these different layers of foothills. And avoid coming straight across, banging like that when you're causing this mist. It'll cut it off very straight and bother you. You want it to be soft, but you don't want to see a distinct line there. Just like so. Now, once again, short, tiny little strokes, lift upward. And you can just make layer after layer after layer of beautiful little foothills. Shoot, let's do another one. That's a lot of fun. I'm going to take a little bit of the dark sienna and mix it right in there. This dark sienna is a very nice color. Very nice color. It's a little bit darker than burnt sienna. It's quite unique. See? Load the brush full. Let's go right up here. Tell you what, we'll have another little range of little footy hills. And they live right in here. Just make a decision, drop them in. Now, if you want to show things that are a little more distinct, you can begin turning the brush sidewards and tapping in some things that when you're done will look like more like little individual trees here and there. So just sort of let your imagination go crazy and do whatever makes you happy. But each layer, as you come forward, should get darker, 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 darker. A little bit darker. That helps create that all-important illusion of distance in your painting. Okay, then once again, back to my 2-inch brush, and we'll just begin tapping that. Just begin tapping. Okay. See there? Already you have 3 very distinct layers. You know, all those big, strong clouds sitting back there. A big thunderstorm maybe is coming. And that'll fill up all the little streams and make them bubble as they come down the hills. I love to hear little streams bubbling. Okay. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add the least little touch of thinner to my brush, and I'm going to go right into some of this dark sienna. But the least little touch of thinner. And let's just play a little bit. Maybe we'll just put a little color in here. I just put the thinner in so it'll slide on much easier. Most of this is going to be covered up. I'm just looking, we'll add some Van Dyke brown. I'm just looking for some dark colors, so my light colors will show up when I put them on here. Just Van Dyke brown and dark sienna. And don't worry about it. Just sort of throw it in. In fact, it looks a little better if it's sort of rough, and I'm still using these little X patterns, little crisscross. And that quick, we've got our foreground laid in. Just some happy little things in there. I like the brown tones, the earth tones. They're so pretty and warm. These browns and greens are very warm colors. They'll warm up an old dead room. And they make people happy when they look at them. And that's important in a painting. It should give people a nice feeling when they look at it. Painting should make you happy. Whether you paint or you buy paintings or you just look at paintings, they should really make you happy. I'm going into yellow ochre, the least little touch of sap green, some Indian yellow, all of those nice colors. I'm going to add some dark sienna to that. Oh yes, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Maybe a little more yellow to bright. There, it's dark sienna mixed in there. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe right in here there's some happy little grassy areas. They come right down like that. Just like that. Just tap them in. Okay. Now then, look at all the different planes that just like stair steps. But that helps create, once again, that tremendous illusion of distance in your painting. And of course, we're not interested in that happy buck, but if you should be, that's what sells the painting and puts a happy buck in your pocket. Now then, maybe let's do some nice trees. I think today I'll use the old round brush. I'm going to go right into the midnight black and sap green. And we'll throw some browns in there too. Both browns, sap green, midnight black. Just tap firmly with this round brush. Tap it firmly. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a nice little tree, and he lives right here. Right here. Here we go. There we go. Once again, all we're looking for here is just a nice dark color, so our light colors will show up. See, and by making this tree big, it pushes all that back. Push that brush down, just tap it. Tell you what, while we got this old brush going, well, we got it going same old colors, maybe. Oh, let's put one right here. What the heck? Now that dark color against that white cloud is going to really stand out beautifully. Back to our rule, light against dark, dark against light. That's what gives you painting feeling. Makes it stand out, contrast in it. So it makes it so pretty. Okay, I still get excited about this. Painted so many paintings, still get excited about it. You know, probably one of the most asked questions that I get over and over is, what in the world do I do with all these paintings that we do on the television shows? Most of them we donate to charity organizations and PBS stations all over the country, and they in turn auction them off, and they make a happy buck for the stations and stuff, and that's nice. Help them out a little bit. I'm gonna go right into some of the yellows, and I'm using the round brush, yellow. Let me grab some green up here, and I just want to tap it. Now this yellow is a little thinner than my other colors. I like a thin yellow, so I don't have to dilute it. And yellows normally always highlight. Load the brush full. Let's go right up here. Come right in here and go right above the dark and just begin tapping in all these beautiful little highlights. Look at there. Look at there. And work on form and shape inside of your trees. Don't just throw it on at random. Think about there's limbs inside of this tree, and they project out towards you, and the light strikes them and makes all these things happen. Beautiful little things. Work on one tree, one bush at a time. Okay, another one lives right there. And you can just put as many or as few as you want. Big thing is, don't kill all these dark areas in here. See those dark areas? Maybe they're more important than the light areas. Let's have some fun today. I'm gonna go. I got to do this. It's fun. I like to make little cabins and little shacks in the woods. So let's do one. Pull the paint out very flat. This is Van Dyke Brown. Cut across. Get our little roll of paint. Okay? Now then, make a big decision. Where does your little house live? I think he lives right there. There. And here's the other side of the roof. There we go. Now, these are very simple little houses and little cabins. But if you learn to do them, then big buildings are just little buildings that had a shot of vitamins. The principles are all the same, no matter what size your building is. See, and it doesn't matter right here. All you're doing is blocking in color. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Learn to work with whatever happens. Whatever happens. Okay, that gives us a basic shape to work with. Now we can add some white to some dark sienna. Pull it out very flat. Once again, get that small roll of paint on the knife. Okay, let's go right in here and just barely touch and pull it down. Like so. Now the other side here, we'll make it by just pulling down like that. Now, some dark color, come across, gives us a door. We need a door for our little house. There we go. Got to have a way to get in and out. A little bit of light color around the edges. And that fixes him up. Now we can take a clean point of the knife, just go down, make it look like little boards in this shack. Tell you what, we'll take a little bit of the blue color, just make the indication of a little window there. Now with a knife, you can cut this off. Just cut it off and create all kinds of shape. Now then, let's come right in here, just using a little bit more of the dark sienna. And I'll just pop in the indication of some little things happening up here on the roof. That easy. That easy. I want to keep this roof quite dark. Quite dark. Now then, maybe this will help it stand out. We'll just take a little bit of light color and come right along here. Just highlight the edge a little. See, that makes it jump right out at you. Right out at you. Now then, go back into our yellows. We'll pick up a little bit of this bright red too. What the heck, tap it. Get a lot of paint in the brush. Okay? Now then, continue on with our little grassy areas here. Just like this. Wherever you want them to go. Pick up some of the greens and browns and all kinds of colors. It's a nice, simple little painting that I think you'll really, really enjoy doing. It works well, and it's pretty when it's done. There we go. There we go. All kinds of little things. Now then, let's use a small knife today. We'll go right in here and just with some browns, lay in a touch of color, and that'll end up looking like a little path. You got to have a way to get to the door there. Okay. I'll take my 1-inch brush and go through some of the yellows and all those pretty colors. One direction. Let's go back up here. And we'll put in some little bushes, some little shiners right up here. There they are. This is the kind of place my mother would like to live. She lives in Florida where it's nice and warm and don't have any big mountains. She would like to have a little house out here. Now, I'll take the fan brush, go into some of the browns, and I'm just going to sort of bounce it around and make it look like dirt and stuff out here. See, and you can bring it up wherever you want it and go right on off into nowhere. We don't know where that goes. Okay, with a knife, just scrape in a few little sticks and twigs. Gives you some finishing touches. Let's go over to the other side here and play a little bit with it. I'll take my round brush and go right into my yellows and my greens. And let's highlight the tree on this side. And just tapping. See, once again, put in some basic shapes. Don't just hit at random. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it's very important. Very important. Create the illusion of shape in the trees. Don't just throw them in. Go out and spend some time talking to a tree. Make friends with it. Study it. That's how you learn what makes a tree look like a tree. And a bush look like a bush. And trees are nice people. And you get to know them. You'll like them. You'll like them. There we go. See, just layer after layer after layer. As many or as few as you want. There's one right there. Ooh, some pretty colors happen there. All right. Now then, with a knife, once again, just take and scrape in just all these little sticks and twigs. They really help create the illusion of distance because they show different planes. It really, really helps. Tell you what, let's do here. We'll use the old filbert brush today. We used it mainly in our seascapes, but we can use it here. And let's make a happy little tree. I like this brush for making little trees like this. Give him some arms, however many you want. Isn't that a super way to make a little tree? And you can take your liner brush and put all kinds of little tiny limbs on there, just as many or as few as you want. Now then, with our round brush, we'll tap in some happy little leaves. And that easy. We got a fantastic tree there. Like so. And put a few little highlights on there. Okay, I think that gives us a nice little painting. Give you some ideas to work with, and we'll call this one finished. So from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. Glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting, and I think you'll really enjoy it, and it'll make you happy. So let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting at home with me, and they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. And let's go on up here. Now I've already covered the canvas with a liquid white, and it's ready to go. So let's take our old 2-inch brush, and we'll go right into a touch of the phthalo blue, and I'm going to reach right over here and grab some alizarin crimson. So we have phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately, we use much, much more crimson than blue. The blue is many times stronger. Now this will look black till you go up to the canvas. So let's go up here. Now up here, sort of give it a little test and see if it's what you want. If it's not what you want, stop and change it right then. Don't keep going because it's not going to get any better. Now, using little crisscross strokes, I'm just going to fill in the basic area. I think we'll do some big, fluffy, beautiful clouds today. I like clouds. I like clouds. They're a lot of fun to do. Just sort of let this play around and have fun. There we go. Now, as you work down the canvas, your brush is picking up the liquid white, and automatically it gets lighter in value. And in a landscape, your sky should get lighter and lighter as it works toward the horizon. And with the liquid white, that happens automatically. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to plan it. It happens. All right. We've got a big old wild sky there already. Now, while I have that color on the brush, I'm going to add a little more and go right back in here. And let's put some water in this painting. So let's start here and pull from the outside in. And we'll have some water in here. There we go. Now you want your water to be darker down here than up here. And once again, that will help create the illusion of depth in your painting. All right. And we'll come from this side over. And we really don't care right now. We're just trying to get in some basic colors. There we go. Okay, I'll wash the brush. Wash the old brush. Shake it off. Give it a good wrap, and we're ready to go. Now then, I want to work on the sky a little bit. So start in the light area when you have a clean brush and blend upward. If you have a dirty brush, start at the top and work downward. Clean brush, you start in the light area and work upward. Very lightly. Okay, and then down here, all the way across. That light area will remain. If you're very gentle, don't get too strong. Take a weak pill. There. Okay. Now then we can play a little bit. Tell you what, let's use the old 1-inch brush today. And we'll go right into a little bit of titanium white. Then I'm going to reach over here, pick up some yellow ochre. We'll just put it right in here. Least little touch of the bright red. Least little touch, mostly ochre. Let's go in here. And I want some color in these clouds today. So just sort of figure out where you want the shadows or the dark parts to be and just lay this in. Now, since we have a lavender sky, we can put yellows in it. If we had a bright blue sky and you put this yellow in there, chances are you'd get a brilliant green sky. But since it's lavender, you mix yellow and lavender together, or purple, whatever you want to call it, and it will make a beautiful brown color. We don't care about that. That's fine. Okay? That gives us a little color to be in the shadow part of the cloud. Clean the old brush. Give him a little wrap, and off we go. And then I'll go right into titanium white. Same old 1-inch brush, and I'm loading a lot of paint into the bristles. A lot of paint. Look at there. Good. Let's go up here. Now then, we have to make some big decisions. Where does these clouds live? There they come. Watch them. Watch them. Tiny little circles. Keep that brush moving at all times. Maybe this goes right on off the edge here. You don't care. Let these clouds just float around and off the top there, wherever. Look at that. Big, fluffy son of a guns that play in the sky. There. And they just float around. Float around heaven all day. Well, wouldn't that be a nice lifestyle? That's what they do. That's what they do. No worries, no cares. Just float around. Wait for the wind to blow them here and there. All right. Keep talking like that and I'll want to be a cloud in my next life. There. Now with a 2-inch brush, using just the top corner of the brush, I just want to begin blending this out. Blending it out. Barely touching. And don't overmix. Probably one of the biggest mistakes made in clouds is overworking them. Pretend that clouds are lazy. They don't want to be overworked. Just just enough to stir them up and mix them up, and then leave them alone. Now we'll fluff them. Just grab it, lift it, big circular strokes. Big circular strokes. As we've said before, don't grab them and go straight up, because it'll look like it's raining up. That'll really disturb you. Unless you turn the painting upside down. Turn it upside down, then it's going to be raining down. There. Sometimes when you're painting, you might want to put rain off in the distance, and that's the way to do it, is pull those strokes down like that, and it'll create that illusion of rain that's far, far away. There. Okay, let's do some happy little mountains, and today maybe I'll do them with a fan brush. Let's go into alizarin crimson, phthalo blue, just mix them on the brush, and I'm going to reach over here and get a little bit of white. So we have blue, crimson, and a little titanium white. Load a lot of paint into the old fan brush. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a little mountain, and he lives right back here. Don't overmix the color on your brush. And that way you'll get all types of little variations happening in your mountain without even trying. There. There we go. Now we'll take the large brush, grab that, and very lightly, just pull it out and let it just float right back here in the clouds. Just sort of floats around. See? I want this one to be far away so you can just blend right over it. Now you need a firm paint when you're doing this. If you use a thin paint, you're going to instantly become a mud mixer. Then you're going to yell at me. You don't want that to happen. Use the firmest paint you can find. Now, same colors, but I'm going to leave the white out. I want this to be darker. So we have blue and crimson. Tell you what, let's put some midnight black in there too. Blue, crimson, and a little bit of midnight black. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's a happy mountain. Okay, he lives. Yeah, he does. Right there. Look at there. See, just shape these however you want them. However you want them. This is your world, and you can create any kind of mountain that you want in here. Maybe he's got a little arm that pokes up right there. We don't know. Don't care. See? Just let him go. Let him go. This one's a little darker than the one in the back, so it helps once again to create that illusion of distance. Now then, with our 2-inch brush, we'll grab that color and pull it out. Just pull it out. Well, these could be nice desert-type mountains. With all the shapes they have. There we go. And we let that mountain just sort of float back there. Now I have several fan brushes going. So let me go to another fan brush. We'll go into, let's use some dark sienna, some Van Dyke brown, like so. And we'll grab some white and put in there. There. Very good. Okay, load a lot of paint into the brush. And now begin deciding where you want highlights to be on this mountain. Now, if you live in an area that has mountains, look around at the colors. Change the colors of your painting so they match what's in your area, if you're doing paintings from that area. You know, any color will work here. All I want to do is show you how to make it work. And what colors you use are up to you. The fan brush makes very nice little mountains. Very nice. And just vary the browns and the whites all back. So you get all kinds of little happy things that are happening in there. These fan brushes are unbelievable. Nice brushes to play with. There's a little thing right in there, maybe one here. let that come right on down, wherever you want it to go. Okay, now then, I'm going to use that lavender color with a little more blue into it. And with that, we'll come back up here and we can begin laying the indication of a few highlights here and there. Just like so. See, just the principles are the same as if you were making these mountains with your knife. And you can make them with your knife. I just want to show you some different type things. Okay, you can just get an indication of a shadow or two in here. Like so. There we go. Wherever you think the shadow should be, that's where it should be. And a few over here. I will probably cover those up, so I'm not too worried about them. You know me, I always got to have a bunch of trees and all that kind of things in there. And then maybe a little highlight. Just take some white. There we go. And maybe here and there, this is just sort of a gray color. What was in the brush mixed with white makes a nice gray color. And you can put all kinds of different things happening in there. But the principles are exactly the same as if you're doing them with a knife. The light will strike in the same areas. There we go. There. And you can slip back, pick up a few dark colors if you want to make some very deep shadows in there. Deep, deep shadows. Not too many, just a few. Just a few. Okay. Now with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I want to tap this, soften it, and create the illusion of mist. Like so. Like so. Very soft. And then very gently blend that. Blend it, blend it, blend it. And you can bring it all together. Be sure your brush stays clean. You can just beat the brush rather than going through the whole cleaning procedure. That'll take off that excess paint. Now I just use the same old dirty brush, and I'll go into a little bit of sap green, a little bit of brown. Maybe there's some happy little things that grow right up the side of this. Follow the angles. Just here and there, there's a couple little happy doers there. Okay. Once again, good clean dry brush. Tap it so it creates that illusion of mist. We'll give it a little upward lift. Like that. Now then, let's play some more. We'll take some green, and we'll go back into that lavender color we used and just mix them all up together here. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe there's a little footy hill that lives right in there. This is sap green. I think there's a little bit of alizarin crimson in there and some of the lavender color we used. Just all those pretty colors. We'll put a little footy hill in there. Like that. Okay. Clean brush. We'll tap that just to create that illusion of mist. Lift upward. Doop, 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 doop. See, anything that happens in here, you can just blend it out. It goes away. No big deal. Now then, let's start playing. I'll take a little bit of yellow, some sap green, and just tap them together. Now, if your green's too bright, as crazy as this sounds, reach over here and take a little bright red and put in it. Because green and red make brown. And that'll dull that bright, bright green down if it's too bright for you. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe back in here, we're going to begin having some little land areas that are happening. There we go. Very soft, little happy meadow things back in here. And just sort of vary your color so that it'll look like little shadows and highlights all playing and just having fun. There we go. more and more and more. Tell you what. Get a 1-inch brush, and I'll go into some green and some black. We'll pull that, a lot of paint in the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe there's some happy little trees that live back in here. Just little trees. Follow the lay of the land. This is where you begin creating that illusion. And you can put as many or as few of these in as you want. See, already that's beginning to help create the illusion of depth, distance. There, right in there. Let's go back on this other side over here. Maybe there's a bigger one that, yep, you're right. You were right, he lives right there. And all we're doing right now is just laying in some dark color. So when we put our light color on there, it'll show up. Because as you know, you have to have dark in order to have light. It's just like in life. You have to have a few dark days so you know when those nice days come. I'm using sap green and yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Pull it in one direction. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we can begin putting in some highlights. Be careful that you don't kill all the dark. This starts working so nice, it's almost hard sometimes to stop, but you gotta stop. See, leave those dark areas in there. That's what gives depth to them. Dimension. There we go. There we go. Look at all those little happy bushes. They just live right in there. Look at all of them. Layer after layer after layer. Over here, there's another one. Look at that. See? You can do it. The first step in being able to do anything is believe that you can do it, because you can do it. You can do it. You know that. Believe that you can do it. See it in your mind. See it finished before you ever start. Think about what you're going to do. And as I'm sort of a fanatic, but I believe that you can accomplish anything that you want to accomplish. But you start out by believing here that it's already happened. And you see what it's going to look like when it's done. You build a little dream in your mind. And you can do that. Practice it. Practice it. It's like, athletes, when they go to that big event, boy, if they're gonna make a big jump, they think about that in their mind. They see themselves going over that big hurdle over and over and over. And then when it comes time, it's easy. And do the same thing in painting. I'm just taking a little bit of the dark color that was on this brush and pulling down. This will be a little reflection. Sometime I get on my soapbox and I talk too much, I'll hush. Right over in here. There we go. Pull it straight down, straight down, straight down. Very lightly go across. Just want to create the illusion of water. There. Now then, clean off my knife. Let's go right up in here. We'll take a little bit of this dark color. This is just the browns. And let's put a little bank in here, a little shoreline. I just have a little roll of paint on the knife. Just allow the knife to barely touch and to graze the canvas. Just slide over the canvas and leave a little bit of paint. And it'll look like land areas and all kind of little happy things going on. A little touch of brown and white here and there. Light color. That'll sparkle it up. Let the sun play through. There. Now then, let's take an old big brush and we'll go right through some Van Dyke brown. We'll pick up some black, some crimson, sap green, whatever. Go right up in here, and then we'll begin touching, pushing, bending that brush upward. Bend it upward. Don't let it slide. If the brush slides, you're going to get that. You don't want that. You want it to look like hundreds and thousands of little leaves that are playing all through here. There we go. maybe. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. We'll just let this come right on out like that. Right out like that. Isn't it fantastic that you can just change your mind and create all kinds of happy things in a heartbeat, in 1 second. You can change your mind and you can change your painting. What started out as a meadow can end up being a lake, or vice versa. That's the kind of power that you have on canvas. See? And I've decided there's going to be another little peninsula here. So we need some shadows. Pull them straight down. Straight down. Go lightly across. Not that easy. We have water. Let's take our knife. We'll put a tree trunk here and there. I'll just use some dark sienna. Maybe there's a happy little tree trunk that lives right in this tree. Just like that. Point of the knife. Scrape in a few little sticks and twig indications. Let's go on the other side and do the same thing. Just scrape them in. Let the canvas shine through. There. Now, we'll go back to our 1-inch brush. I'm going to dip it into a little of the liquid white. Try some yellow, some sap green, Okay, let's make a happy leaf on this tree. Touch, push, bend the brush a little bit. Go slightly above the dark. You don't want shadows to be on the top. Use another brush here. Let me clean one up. I'm about to run out of brushes. All right, a little bit of the liquid white, some yellow, and I'm going to pick up a touch, just a touch, of the bright red. We'll make a sparkler in here. And he lives right there. Right there. Look at that. That one's so pretty it almost hurts. Boy, it's a beauty. That is a beauty. See there? See there? You can do it. Some yellow ochre and some of the greens. And I'm just going to begin creating layer after layer of all kinds of little bushes, leaving some dark in between each one. If you kill that dark, then they're going to just all blend together, and we don't want that. We want to see individuals up close. The foreground is the hardest part of the painting. Ooh, there's a beauty. See, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. And learn to live with those accidents. When they happen, recognize them. Recognize them. Stop right there. Don't keep going. Don't just kill them. They're beautiful. Beautiful. Work with them. Let's go back over here. Here's a nice tree. Put some leaves on him. There we go. See, work in layers. Create patterns in your tree. Just create these patterns so your tree stands out. Don't just bang, bang, bang and hit at random. That's what your tree will look like. There we go. If you have trouble making your paint stick, add the least little touch of liquid white or paint thinner. Either one. The liquid white will make your color a little brighter, which a lot of times is very good, but if you don't want that, then add a little thinner. Or you can add a little of the liquid clear. There we go. Tap some of that right down in there, like that. That'll end up being happy little reflections. See there, see there, see there. There we go. Right across. Okay. We'll take some brown, and once again, we'll create a little bit of dirt right there. Doop, soup, soup. Little light color. Just barely touch, pull it across. And then some liquid white on my knife. Pull it out very flat and cut across. And let's go right in here. And we need some happy little water lines here and there. Look at that. So that cleans it all up, brings it together. That easy. Okay. Now, I tell you what, let's do. Tell you what, let me find, let's use the filbert brush down like that. we'll start with some brown. Just load a lot of brown right into your brush. Go right up here. Maybe there's a tree that lives. Yep, right there. Right there. Now I'm just going to show you how to make a quick little tree. Like so. And you put as many or as few little limbs on there as you want. You can take your liquid black and put a whole bunch of nice limbs on there. There, we'll take some yellow and a touch of the red and tap it into the brush. And just put the indication of some happy little leaves up there. Boy, that's a sparkler. And with that, I think that gives us a nice completed painting. Give you a lot of ideas so you can do your own masterpiece. Send me some pictures. Let me see what you're doing. I think we'll call this painting finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. Hey, I'm glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic painting? Well, let's get started. Okay, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting. They'll come across as usual in the same order that I have them on the palette. While they're doing that, let's go up here and talk a second. I've done something a little different today. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here, but I've covered the top with liquid white and the bottom with liquid clear. Now that's just a clear medium. It's just like the liquid white only, it's clear. I'm going to do a little seascape today, and I want my dark color to stay dark, so we put the clear in here. So let's get started. I'm going to take off with a little bit of Prussian blue. Little Prussian blue. Into that, the tiniest little bit of black. Midnight black Prussian blue. Let's go up here. Now, using the little crisscross strokes, I want to just drop in a happy little sky. And let's have some beautiful clouds in this sky. So we'll just leave some general shapes where we'll put a little cloud. There we go. Just something like that. Just happy little sky. Doesn't take you but a second when you're using a big old 2-inch brush. Now then, I'm going to use the same old dirty brush, go right into some of the midnight black, reach down here, and I grabbed a little bit of the bright red. So I have midnight black and bright red. Just mix them on the brush. Let's go right up here. And maybe there's a big old cloud and he lives right there. We'll put the shadow in first and then we'll come back and we'll drop in some of the shiny stuff, some highlights. Let's start off with the shadow. All right. Tell you what, I'm just going to reach over here and grab a 1-inch brush. Go right into titanium white with the least little touch of bright red again. Little sunshine color. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Let's go right here. Now then, just lay in your basic little cloud shape using tiny, tiny little circles. See there? Just let these little rascals just float around in your world. Let them float around. All right in here, there's another happy little cloud. And in your painting, you put as many or as few clouds as you want. There we go. Now, we'll take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and we'll just sort of stir this up. Just sort of mix it using tiny little circles with the top corner of the brush. Tiny little circles. Like that. Okay. We'll knock off the excess paint and we'll fluff this cloud. Just grab it, lift it, fluff it up. Isn't that a fantastic way to make a happy little cloud? Happy big cloud. That's a son of a gun. All right. Now maybe in this painting, tell you what, I'll wash the brush here real quick. Shake it off. And redecorate the studio. Maybe in this painting, let's have a big mountain. We'll really have some fun. We'll have a mountain made out of black and blue. Black and blue. This is Prussian blue. Cut us off a little roll of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, maybe this old mountain lives right up in the clouds here. There he goes. There's a bump there. Just make your mountain however you want him. Maybe this one sort of leans over. When he was just a little hill, maybe somebody stepped on him, pushed him. See, he's got sort of a bend on him. What the heck? scrape off all the excess paint. Just really, see there, get tough with it. You can probably hear how hard I'm scraping the canvas. There we go. Now then, take a 2-inch brush and very lightly, see there, just pull it out and let it just blend right into the liquid white. Just like so. There we go. There we go. Isn't that super? Now then, let's take, we'll use some titanium white, pull it out very flat, and we need that little roll of paint. Always get that little roll of paint and go right up here and begin laying in some highlights. No pressure. No pressure at all. Look at that. Look at that. Just sort of let it flow together. Over here, grab it. Zoom. See how you can make that old mountain just curve right around in there? Look at that. Let that paint break. No pressure. Can't say that enough times. There it goes. Okay. Take the little edge of the knife. We'll put a little right there. Maybe even some right in there. Wherever you want it. Sort of just look at your mountain and decide where you think light would strike. We'll take a little bit of phthalo blue and white, and with that, we'll just mix us up a shadow color. That's a little bit too bright, so I'll put a little black in it. That'll dull it. There, that's much better, okay? Now then, begin picking out the shadows here. Look at that, bring it right on through. Just let all these things just happen. Right over in here, there's a little shadow and it goes right off in there. Sort of bring that together. See how you can create all those beautiful, beautiful effects? I knew you could do it. Knew you could do it. All right, wherever you want a little thing. Right in here, we need a little shadow. There. Okay. Okay. Clean, dry brush. Follow the angles. We want to create a misty appearance. Just tap. Just following those angles. Over here, we go in this direction. There we are. Clean, dry brush. Lift upward. Just lift it upward. Like so. Over here, follow those angles. Always follow the angles in your mountain. It's most important. Well, we got a wild looking mountain there already. Okay, now down here we have the liquid clear. So let's just add some nice dark color. I'm gonna go right into blue. This is Prussian blue, and let's take some alizarin crimson and add to it. So we got Prussian blue and alizarin crimson. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you have to make a big decision here. Where's your water line going to be? I think it should be right there. Try to keep this fairly straight. If your water line is not straight, your water is going to run right off in the floor. And then you're going to be angry. There we go. Maybe I'll put some more crimson in there. Yeah, there we go. Now we have sort of a lavenderish color. Boy, that's pretty. But see, now if you had liquid white up there, when you did this, you would pick up the liquid white and you would lose all your values. Now then, we have to make some decisions. Let me show you. I'll just take a little filbert brush here. Come right up here. We have to decide where we're going to have this major wave. So just take a little filbert, and you can just sort of sketch it in. And maybe it comes right along in here somewhere, comes up here and crashes over. Boom. Right there. Shoot, we'll have another one over here, wherever you want it. In these areas, if we're going to have two little crashers, that's technical talk, two little crashers, then we want to have a little light area in there. So we want to save that area. That's one of the reasons I use that liquid clear, is so we can save the transparency. Now the rest of it we can just fill in with a very dark color, just like so. That easy. Okay, we got that rascal in there. Now then, I'm going to go into a little touch of phthalo green, right on the same old dirty brush. Ooh, a little too much green. There, that's better. I want some, see, now don't kill that area. It's going to be transparent. Good, right up into there. We can come up in here. And all we're doing here is just blocking in some color. We're not looking for a great deal of detail or anything else at this point. We'll do that in a little bit. Just laying some color on the canvas. Well, that looks like a wild mess there already. Okay. Let me grab my fan brush. Now let's begin putting some swells back here. We'll just go right into titanium white. Load that brush full of paint. Full of paint. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, right in here, I'm just going to begin just barely touching the canvas. And don't kill all the little dark areas. Just sort of back and forth. See, leave some of them little dark areas. And right in here, we'll have, there we go. There's a nice one. There's a nice one. Maybe right along in there. Another one. And I'll wipe off the excess paint. And very lightly here, I'm going to grab this and begin pulling it. See? Just pull it. Pull it. Look at that. See, that picks up all that beautiful color we have underneath. And look at all the little things that are happening. Isn't it super? Did you know you could do a seascape that easy? They don't have to be hard. Now then, come right along this wave, put a little of that in, and pull it back. Look at that, look at that. See, and that creates the little swells. We'll bring it down. You could say, this is a swell painting. Now you know why I paint instead of being a comedian. There we go. And that blocks all that in for us. Now let's go back to our little number 6 filbert. And I'm going to take titanium white, just pick it up with a brush, and the least little touch of the cad yellow. Titanium white, cad yellow. Load a lot of paint on your brush. Let's go back up here. If your little transparency or your eye is going to be right here, then drop it in. Ooh, isn't that pretty? Let it come down and begin picking up some of this color. See? Let it begin picking up some of that green that we put in. All right. Now, over here, we decided maybe right here, there's going to be another one. Let me move over a little. And that's going to come right through there. Like that. Like that. There. All right. Now we can take a clean 2-inch brush and we want to just blend this all together so it's very smooth. Look at there. Now we'll do the other one. Now you can begin creating the shape of this wave just by pulling down with a brush. Same thing over here. Same thing. Grab another fan brush. Now I have several brushes going so I don't have to stop and continually clean them. We'll take a little of that dark color. This is blue, a little phthalo green. And where this is going to be crashing, we need some dark in here. Need that dark in here so our light color will show. Got to put the dark in so the light will show. Look at there. And we were going to have one over here too. Put that dark in. All right. We got it. Okay, get that brush all cleaned up. Now then we can come right along the top of this. This is just the old filbert with a little white and yellow on it. We want a nice highlight up on top of that. You could do that with a fan brush. In fact, let's do it with a fan brush. See there? Just smooth that. But leave that little bright ridge on there. That's pretty. That's pretty. Okay, now then, let's take a little titanium white on the fan brush and come right up here and let this crash right over. Make little noises, little sounds. Okay. Look at that. And over over here. There's some more. That easy. That easy. Okay. Now then, we'll take some of this lavender color. That's alizarin crimson and the blue mixed together. And we'll put a little touch of white in it, like that. Good. Let's go up here. Now, right in here, we're going to have some crash. So we got to put the shadow in first. Want the shadow in first. Then we'll come back and add the nice bright area. There it is. Maybe it's really crashing up here. We'll just, over here, we want this one to have a little crash on it too. Okay, put the crash in. And then we can go back to our titanium white with a little bit of yellow in it, just a small amount. And let's come back in here and put some highlights on this. Push it, bend that brush. Just bend it. And all you're doing to start with is just laying it on. We'll come back with a clean brush and smooth it. Right now, just looking to get the, ooh, there we go. Get that nice shape in there. Just like so. Okay, a little bit over here. Same idea. Same idea. There we go. Now then, let me clean this brush up a little bit. And you want it good and dry. This brush needs to be dry to do this. I just have a paper towel. Now I'm going to just take the brush and rub it. Just bring all that together. See there. Don't let this get too light on you. It's almost a natural tendency to want to jump in there and make this all shiny and white. It doesn't work well. Okay. Now with a clean brush, very gently, just sort of mix that up a little bit. Okay. Gives us a little crasher. Now then we can begin coming in here and begin making little foam patterns, little things that are just traveling right up the wave. This is where you shape the wave. Give him some personality. See there? Right on out. Over here too. Don't want him left out. See, you can create all kinds of little things. And in here, now this is be out of the shadow of the wave, so it'll be a little brighter. Just a little bit brighter. All kinds of little things. Now then, we need something for this big crashing wave to be hitting. I like to have stones in there. So I'll take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together, pull it out, get that little roll of paint on the knife. Need that. Okay, now big stone lives right there. Right there. See there? Just drop him in. Now then, we'll take some dark sienna, some yellow ochre, and mix it together. I'll throw a little bit of bright red in there too. What the heck? Cut us off a little piece. And go right up in here. No pressure. Just let this sort of graze that. Make that quite bright so you can see it well. All right, now we'll bring some water right around his little foots. See, just bring it all together. Bring it all together. Need these little foamy things in here. Tell you what, let's do. I'm gonna go right into a touch of the dark sienna, a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and let's put some sand right here. We'll have some sand. Let it get lighter and lighter and lighter. Lighter and lighter, right up to the water. Maybe the least little touch of alizarin crimson. Oh, look at that. Isn't that nice? Look at there. Fantastic. Fantastic. I knew you could do it. And clean the old brush up. Give it a good shake. And just Just beat the devil out of it. I get the biggest kick out of that. All right, I'm gonna take a little paint thinner, go right into this. This is phthalo blue and white. And let's go up in here and just begin adding a few little details. Just here and there. Just to sort of make some of these little things just sparkle. Just make them sparkle. Then with paint thinner, I'm going right into this is the titanium white with a little touch of cad yellow into it. And we just, with this, put a few little sparklers up here on the water. Don't get too many or you'll lose their effect. Just a few. You can overdo real easy. See, I'll put a few little things coming down the wave and down through here. There. All right, all right. Now then, more paint thinner. And picked up a little bit of dark color. I want to make a little line underneath the edge of my water here. Just a little line to set it off. Just to set it off. Then we can gently, gently blend that. See how that makes it sort of set upward? Very nice. Okay, tell you what. Let's grab an old fan brush here. I'm going to go into some sap green. Sap green, sap green. We'll grab some black and some brown, and we just make a big old gooky color here. This is green, brown, black, all those good colors. A little more brown into it. Let's go up here. Maybe back in here, far away, there's some little trees that live. And we can make the indication of little distant trees just by tapping downward with the old fan brush. We're not looking for a detail. It's too far away. When things are far away, you don't see a bunch of detail. There, I let that run right on out. Like that. Okay, just to give the indication of trees far, far away. All right. Now we can take a 2-inch brush. I'm going to go right into dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. Just tap some onto the brush here. And maybe underneath these little distant trees, there's a little bit of brown. Comes right down through there. Shoot, we might even have some nice cliffs. We can just lay them in with a brush and then highlight them. It doesn't matter. Comes right out. Isn't that neat? Maybe there's another one. And he lives there. Just like that. Okay. Now with another 2-inch brush, I'm going to go into yellow ochre and dark sienna. Just mix them on the brush. Okay, let's go right up in here. And I just want to tap some nice little highlights. Right on there. Make it look like little grassy things way back. Like that. Okay, and we can take the knife and we can firm these edges up here a little bit. Look at that. You can just put as many of them in there as you want. I'm going to grab the old fan brush. We'll take some yellow, sap green, a little yellow ochre. Just mix them together here. A lot of paint in the brush. Let's go back up here. Now then, maybe there's some little grassy things that grow right down these hills, right almost out to the water. A lot of nice color. Just let them come right on out. And this is where you create the lay of the land. See there? All those little things just happen. Just happen. Now let's put some little things. See here? We're going to make his sand wet, so pull that down, go across. Line our brush, and we'll go right into a little bit of blue and white. We want this paint to be as thin as water. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, maybe right along these edges here. See, we can clean up all those nice little edges. And here's a little ripple. He lives right there. And just let him go right on back. Just all kinds of little ripples happening. like so. See there? And as many of them as you want. Okay. Tell you what. We need a couple of nice trees in there. We'll take some Van Dyke brown and some sap green. Just use the old 1-inch brush. Tree lives right there. Nice big bush. He lives right there. Okay. And we can highlight that. We'll use a little yellow, a little green. Okay, let's go back up here. And we need some leaves on this little tree. Don't want him to look naked out here. Put some clothes on him so he really sparkles. Look at that. That easy. That easy. Back in here, we'll just take a little white and clean up these edges so that it all comes together. Now then, tell you what, let's have some fun. We'll take Van Dyke brown. We'll use this old filbert brush, and maybe there's a tree. Ooh, you're right. He lives right there. Right there. Maybe he's got an old arm. Now, trees that live out here, let's give him a friend. Trees that live out here, boy, they catch the devil. I mean, this is some rough living. And we'll give him another little arm here and there, wherever. Wherever. I'm going to take a little bit of the liquid black, put it on my palette, liner brush, and I added paint thinner to it, so it's even a little bit thinner. And let's take, and we'll just put a couple of old tired arms out here on this, like so. There, see? Just an old tired arm. And with a fan brush, and we'll just use some green and brown. Let's put the indication of a few leaves out here. Well, not many. Most of them have already, boy, they got tired and quit. Just indication. This is a rough place to live right here. And I think with that, we've just about got a finished painting. The old clock on the wall tells me I have to leave you for this week, but I really hope you've enjoyed this one. Until next time, happy painting. God bless. Oh, welcome back. Well, here we are on the last show of the 9th television series, and I'm certainly glad you joined me today. So for this show, I thought we'd do something a little bit different, a nice, happy little painting. And I've already started out here, and I've taken liquid black, as you can see, and went right around here, and then right in the center, just liquid white, and sort of let them blend together right here where they come together. Liquid black is exceptionally good for areas where you're going to have a lot of dark shadows, very dark colors. You can put that in, saves you a lot of work. So let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this painting along with me, and we'll come on up here and get started. Alrighty, let's start off today with a touch of phthalo blue, and we'll just tap a little of that into the brush, and we can add a little black to that too, just to dull it down. There we go. Small amount of color. Let's go right up here. Start right at the top, and as usual, make our little crisscross strokes, just like so. Just like so. Very nice, easy to do. And we'll bring it down to about like that. Okay, and very gently go across to take out the brush strokes. And that quick, we got a happy little sky. And we'll wash our brush. Shake off the excess. And we'll get the cameraman again. He has caught the devil. I'm going to go right into titanium white and just pull that brush through it. Just tap a little color right into it. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's a happy little cloud that lives up here in the sky. It just sort of floats around. See? Just sort of pull it around like that. This is just straight titanium white. And we just want the indication of a little something happening in there. We're not looking for a lot of detail. Far away. There we are. Okay. And that quick, we have a happy little cloud. In this series, we've made a lot of different clouds. We've made some great big stormy clouds and some with a lot of color in them. And we've made some beautiful seascapes. I really hope you've enjoyed those also. Let's build us a little mountain back here. Let's take some black, some Van Dyke brown, a little touch of blue. Shoot, let's throw some crimson in there too. So we got blue, brown, alizarin crimson, and black. Pull it out very flat. Now, cut across and get our little roll of paint. We always use that little roll of paint, okay? Now then, if we're going to have a nice little mountain that lives way back here, push that paint right into the fabric. Just really push hard. Work it in there. Just push it. There we go. There he is. The only thing you're worried about is this nice outside edge. Okay. We'll take a large brush, grab it and pull. Let it blend with the liquid white. There. See? And it just disappears right into nothing. Just a nice misty effect. Okay. Let's take a little titanium white, cut us off a small little roll of paint, just a tiny bit. And let's go up here and just let the knife float. Just let it float. And we'll put in some nice highlights. And you could do this in colors. You might want a mountain that's brown with all kinds of beautiful rocks and stones. Works the same way. Same way. So in your world, you decide, and you make it any way that you want it. Let's take some white, some phthalo blue, add a little bit of Van Dyke brown to that. There we go. The brown is just used to dull that blue down a little bit so it's not quite so bright. Cut off that little roll of paint. Okay? Now then, come right back in here. See there? That easy. That easy. Just put in some nice little shadows. We'll just sort of let those work right together. Right together. And you can wander back in here and pick up some of the whites, and well, you can just make all kinds of things happen in your mountain. All kinds. You're limited only by your imagination. Only by that. Nothing else. What you can see in your mind, you can put on canvas. There we are. To an artist, maybe imagination is one of the most important things that you can possess. So, develop your imagination. It's like any other muscle in the body. Use it. Use it, exercise it. Practice with it. You'll be amazed at what you can imagine. Pretty soon, if you paint, you become very aware of nature. You become aware of color. And you're riding down the street and you'll see a beautiful tree and you'll say, oh, look at the sap green in that tree, or the white in that cloud. That's made with a fan brush. You have to be careful though. You'll get so interested in all the beautiful things that nature has. You'll drive right off the road. I always carry a camera with me, and I take pictures all over the country of the different areas. Okay, I'll go right back into that mountain color. And to that I'll add a little more blue, a little white. There, I'm looking for a bluish color, but about like that. That's a nice color. Okay, let's go right back up here. Maybe there's a happy little foothill that lives right there. See it? See it? There it is. It lives right there in that brush. Just tap it out. Tap it out. There. You know, I think I've mentioned in some of the other shows, most of the ideas that we use to do paintings come from people all over the country. If you have something you'd like to have painted, drop me a line. I'd love to hear from you. And some people send postcards or photographs. Tell me what interests you. If it's something I can't do, shoot, we'll go out and get us a guest artist and we'll bring him in and we'll get them to show you how to do it. There we go. And with the completion of this series, there are a Gosh, 117 shows now. If you haven't seen them all in your area, give your station a call. Let them know that you want to see them. There you go. There you go. Okay, let's have some fun. We'll take black, we'll put some brown in there, and sap green. Looking for a very, very dark color. You can throw some blue in there too, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me clean my knife off. Let's grab us a fan brush. Load that fan brush full of color. A lot of paint in the brush. A lot of paint. Okay, good, let's go up here. Now then, I want to do some happy little evergreens. I like evergreens. Just use the corner of the brush and go back and forth. There. See, let's give him a friend. Trees get lonely too. We all need a friend. There we go. Now then, maybe, tell you what, there's another one. Let's just put a bunch of them in here. I like to do these. And some parts of the country, evergreens are real skinny. In other parts, they're sort of fat. So, either way you want them. They're made basically the same way. And trees are like people. They have personalities. Each one's different. Each one's an individual. It's unique and different. It's really different. So, don't worry about it. If your tree doesn't look just like the one you see here, that means they're probably better. We really are not trying to teach you to copy with these. We're trying to show you how to make effects and turn you loose on the world. Because you can own the world. There, let's see. I tell you what, I'm just going tree crazy. But the more of these little trees you do, the more practice you'll get, and the easier they'll become. Good way to practice is just take old canvases or something and just do a whole canvas full of trees or mountains or skies or whatever it is that you're having problems with. The best way to overcome a problem area is to do it over and over until you learn. Maybe there's another happy little tree. Another happy little tree. There. Okay, well, we got a mess of trees going in there. Almost have us a little forest. So I'm going to take some of the dark sienna, a little white, cut through, have a tiniest little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Let's go up here. Now with that, I'm going to sneak back in here and just here and there put the indication of a little trunk. We don't want these trees to fall over. These are strong trees, happy trees back here. Everything we paint is happy. Your paintings reflect your mood. If you're in a bad mood, you'll paint an angry old painting. That's when you do the big storm clouds. And when you're happy, your paintings will reflect that. They'll be bright and cheery and the colors will be super. All right. Tell you what, let's do. Let's go right into this dark color. This was the old tree color, and I'm just going to tap this brush right in there. Now we need something for all these evergreens to set on. Right now they're just sort of floating around. So let's begin creating the lay of the land. See, if this was a white background here, if you had liquid white, this color would be, it'd be a lot more difficult to apply. Because the dark's already in there, it just drops in real easy. I don't know if you can even see it, but it's there. Now watch what happens. Let me grab another brush. Now, let's go right into some yellow. Yellow, and I'm going to reach up here and get some sap green. So we have yellow and sap green. And tap this brush firmly into the color. All right, now then, this will really show up against the dark. And this is where we want to create, once again, the lay of the land. So you begin making big decisions here. How does this go? I see little hills So I'll paint little hills. And whatever you see in your painting, in your world, that's what you want to paint. Look at that. See? Just hill after hill. As many as you want, or as few as you want. Let's go right over here. And don't want this side to be left out. There we go. And if you want it darker, all you have to do is continually tap. If you just tap on it, then it's going to pick up the liquid black, and automatically it's going to get darker. You don't have to worry about it. It just happens. Okay, I want a stone. Maybe we'll do a bunch of rocks in this one. There's a stone. It lives right about there. There's a nice stone. See? Now how do you make a round stone with a square knife? That's your project for today. Let it just go right around, see? Put some highlight on him. Look how that stands out. That's just some dark sienna with a little white in it. Isn't that easy? We have a nice little stone. Now you can take and pull a tiny bit of that color down to make it look rougher. That's what my dog says, rough. There. Okay. And we'll take a little more of our green and yellow mixture right on the brush. And let's take, and we come right down here at the foot of this rock. See there? And that lays him right in the painting. Isn't that super? Layer after layer. Okay, maybe there's another stone. Lives right here. Let's put a bunch of stones in this one. They're a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There's another one. Wherever you want them. Tell you what, maybe this is a big stone. Let's have a big old stone. We just get carried away here. These stones will, if you're not careful, they'll grow on you. They'll eat up your whole world. See what started out as a little stone turned into a big one. And we'll use those same colors. This is a little bit of dark sienna, touch of white, and you just let this graze it. Just barely touch. Graze. The most delicate touch imaginable. Pretend you're just a whisper. You're just floating across there. You're just barely touching. Caress it. And then we'll come back and just tap in some color. See, and that'll bring all that together. Look at all the stones. Here comes one. Right down. Oh, I see something here. Let's have some fun. Let's get crazy. Let me find the fan brush. See, when you're painting, you see things in here. They happen. Don't fight them. Learn to use them. Learn to use them. Watch here. This would just, in my mind, be a super place for a happy little stream. So I'm going to take a little of the liquid white and go right into titanium white. Liquid white and titanium white. Now, back here, I see a little stream. Watch. Here it comes from behind that rock. Maybe it falls over a little bit there. It's a little splash and it wanders right through. Maybe it just falls every which way right there. And it runs behind that rock. It's right behind. See there? Now then. And it disappears behind that rock, comes out there. And since it's closer to us here it's going to look a little bigger. That easy. You can make a little stream. Now then. See, I want to go back and firm up the edge on this rock so it'll push that stream back. But that easy. You can change your mind and create all kinds of fantastic effects. I want to add at least a little touch of blue. Little touch of blue. Right underneath this water. We'll have a little pool here. A little pool. Back into the brown. Let's bring some happy rocks right down through here. There's another rock. Got to have something to contain this little waterfall. Maybe it comes right down like that. There's another stone, right There. See, all these different stones will help push everything back. We'll put another one right here. Just sort of look and make sure that it's logical. There. Something has to hold that water in, otherwise it'd run over the top of the rock. There we go. Now then, a little bit of highlight on this rock where the light's striking it. Zoom. Delicate touch. Delicate touch. There, see? And follow the angle of the rock. Zoom. And rocks are just like making little mountains. They'll grow up, be big, strong mountains. Take some green and some yellow ochre. Let's grab some Indian yellow too. Just mix them together here on the fan brush. Go right up here. And there's some areas here where maybe you want to put some happy, shiny little bushes to help cover up the foot on the rocks. There's some things that are growing right here next to the waterfall. Look at there. There's some big bushes living here. Big bushes. Right in here we'll put some. And they live right out on that stone. See how that helps push everything back? Fantastic. Knew you could do it. There we go. It'll come right down through here. See, curve that. Follow the land. Let it bend. And if we're going to have a little pool down here, we need to contain it somehow. Don't want it to get loose on us. Darker, darker, darker back up in here in the shadows. Okay, let's come over on this side. This looks like the kind of place my mother would like. Her and I used to go walking in the woods, and she's crazy as I am. We'd talk to little squirrels, and we hunt with a camera. I used to be a hunter, but in my old age, I got to where I'd rather take pictures of the creatures and shoot them. There we go. There we go. All right. Now then, let's play right in here. I'm going to take some white on a fan brush, a little bit of the little touch of the phthalo blue, load the brush full. And let's come right in here. And this water is going to hit down here and splash. All kinds of this water is going to be rough down in here. See, right up to the little grassy areas. Maybe the water just sort of sneaks under there. We don't know. Now see, we had put blue with the liquid black under there. So now it's picking up, and all these beautiful little colors just happen. Just happen. There we go. That gives us a nice little pool for that water to run into. I tell you what, now we got these big dark sides here. Let's play a little bit over here. Back into my Van Dyke brown. I'm going to pull it out very flat. I'll tell you what, we'll add some dark sand to that. Pull it out flat, cut across, and once again, our little roll of paint. Boy, I know you get tired of seeing that, but it's important how you load this knife. And let's put a tree trunk right there. Right there. Maybe this old trunk. There it is, look. See? See? Just let that trunk come right down there. We'll give him a Bigfoot's. Now, let's see, Bigfoot's wasn't a tree. There. But we'll call this tree Bigfoot's. And let's give that tree an arm. Needs a little arm out there. And one over here. Wherever. It's your tree, so you put arms where you want them. Wherever you want them. Take a little bit of the brown and white, and let's just drop in a touch of highlight. Look at that. See, against that dark. Boy, that just sparkles. Jumps out at you. There we go. Now my brush has got the dark color on it. This was that original dark mixture. We just had everything in it: sap green, black, brown, blue. Now then, let's go right up in here. And I want to create little leaves that come off this tree. And as always, we put the dark in so the light will show. See, and because we had the liquid black on there, a lot of this dark is already done. We don't have to worry about it at all. Tell you what, it's so much fun. Let's do that on the other side. Maybe over here, there's another tree. This just sort of brings the whole composition together. Isn't it fantastic? I like doing these kind of paintings. They're so striking. So striking. They're fun. They're fun. They make you happy. And that's what painting's all about. It should make you happy. There we go. Use some sap green. Pick up some of that yellow ochre. Now, when you're doing this, if your paint won't stick, add a little touch of paint thinner or the liquid white. Now, just using the corner of the brush, begin tapping in basic shapes here. We don't want to just hit it random. Tap in some very basic shapes. You know, while I'm finishing this tree up, I'd like to just take a second and thank a lot of fantastic people for making these programs possible. All the people behind the scenes that you don't see, they're super. We have some of the best people in PBS here, and absolutely the best director. She yells at me a lot, but she's a good director. And she makes these shows happen. And there's just so many people that you never get a chance to meet, and they're special. There we go. It takes a lot of people to put these shows together. And even the fantastic lady who makes all these beautiful shirts for me. That's Annette. And I thank each and every one of them from the bottom of my heart. And most of all, I thank you for turning on the TV every week and allowing us in. You make a lot of hard work worthwhile. There we go. I just have some yellow and some green here. Pull that brush in one direction. Let's go right up here. And maybe let's put a little sparkler here and there. Maybe he lives right here in front of this tree. See, you can push that tree right back. Let that work right down. See, and that little bright son of a gun, boy, he shines against that dark. Really just is striking. Okay, add a little bit of liquid white, a little more of the sap green, yellow, and we don't want this side to be left out. Let's put oh boy, that's a nice one there. That is a nice one. Okay, sort of look around and there it is. See, there's a happy little bush that lives right down here. He lives right on the edge of the water so he can get a drink anytime he wants it. There we go. Maybe here and there behind the rocks. Now then, let's take a knife and we can just scrape through, put a few little sticks here and there. And we just about have a completed painting. I think we'll call that one finished. I really want to thank you for being with me during the 9th Joy of Painting series. I look forward to seeing you again. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless.